we own his rights, and if he wants to play with another team, we need something for him. So we have to make a trade. Much like, by the way, if I remember correctly, didn't Tampa have to give New England something?
No, I thought I don't know. I can't remember.
They had to get something for Gronk.
That's what it was. Something for Gronk.
They had to give something for Gronk because Gronk retired and he had a year left on his deal.
But you guys will give me, if you're the Denver Broncos and you had to give up, I mean, would a first be worth
Lance,
for 1 year?
I don't know, man.
Or the 49ers.
Not the 49ers. I wouldn't do it. I think 49ers are probably good enough as is.
Just tell me this, though. If you're the Denver Broncos and we're assuming they're a quarterback away, you give up a first round, what's your expectation? What's the minimum expectation to get back out of that? World championship?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge gamble. But
here's where Denver sits right now. They sit with the 9th overall pick. I would rather actually – Denver can't draft a quarterback. They just don't get it right.
They don't.
I think Kenny Pickett is the only quarterback that I think is going to work out from this draft. And if you think that, if you're John Elway, do you take Kenny Pickett 9th, or would you rather give up number 9 for 2 years? If you could get Tom Brady to give you 2 years, is it worth it?
Not for a first round.
God, it'll be 57 by then, though.
So you're telling me you think with Trey Lance, San Francisco is fine at quarterback? You saw enough of him that you say?
No, I haven't. But I know Kyle Shanahan is a lot smarter than any of us.
And he says he's okay?
If you're ready to give up on Jimmy Garoppolo, who had you a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter of the NFC Championship, and 2 years ago had you a 10-point lead in the second half of a Super Bowl, if you think Trey Lance is better than that, you've got enough to get there.
I'm just saying, if I gave up a first round for Tom Brady, I better win the Super Bowl. And Tom Brady was on the defending Super Bowl champions and couldn't even get to the NFC Championship game. So what tells me that I can take him back, or I can take him in Denver, and he's going to get me to even the AFC Championship game? I mean, that's a huge gamble to give up a first-round pick. I mean, you are 100% all in on those 2 years, and if you don't get a Super Bowl out of that, that's a wasted 2 years.
Yeah, interesting there. Some say that the GM, Light, is that his name?
Yeah,
has already said that he would like to work with Tom if he wants to play somewhere else. But by working with, accommodating him, it means they want something in return.
What about if you're Pete Carroll and you just want to coach Tom Brady for 1 year and you say, hey, look, Tom Brady to Tampa, or
Russell Wilson
straight up.
Yeah. Tampa would do that in a heartbeat.
In a heartbeat,
because this guy's not playing for us. People are going to play that up as a big comment because they won a Super Bowl together and maybe they are not friends anymore. But that's just, I agree with Bruce. That's just good business, man.
Yep.
If you can get even a second-round pick for him, it's something. All right, there you go. That's the show. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're live and ready to go on a Wednesday. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, all here with you today. You can be a part of the show, 205-734-0923. 734-0923 gets you into the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Always from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio, brought to you by our friends at Bud Light and Bud Light Next. All right. A lot of basketball last night. We'll talk about that. Big night ahead for Auburn, Alabama, UAB as they start to wind down the season. Some amazing I'm going to throw a couple of stats at you guys about SEC teams heading to the tournament. Our buddy Connor O'Gara, who's been on the show a couple of times from Saturday Down South, threw this one out. This one blows my mind about Alabama. It was the first thing I saw when I got up this morning, and it blows my mind. If Alabama wins a tournament game this year in the NCAA tournament, it'll be the first time they've won an NCAA tournament game in consecutive seasons since
it's got to be Wimp Sanderson.
1995. They did it under David Hobbs,
wow,
McDyess, and Jason Caffey. That's a long time ago.
No, that is a long time. We're talking about almost 30 years ago.
So that's back-to-back
seasons with at least one win in the tournament.
Jeez, that is a low bar.
Feel like you'll get it this year.
I would think.
You hope. But, I mean, you could end up in a tricky 5-12.
Well, I mean, look, you lose to LSU on Saturday. You lose in the first round of the SEC tournament. You know, that seeding falls to maybe a 7. Yeah. And you got a 7-10 game. You're probably a 1 or 2 point favorite in that game. Who knows?
We've talked before. I mean, like the bare minimum expectation for Alabama basketball is to make the tournament how many years out of 5?
4.
I think we've said 4 out of 5 would be your expectation.
Well, I think now with Nate Oates, I think it's 5 out of 5. The money he's making is 5 out of 5.
Advancing in it, if you say the bare minimum expectation is 5 out of 5, advancing would be
3 out of 5.
3 out of 5? Yeah. I think that's fair.
I mean, this year coming in, the expectation was Sweet 16.
Absolutely.
Least, right?
I mean, they made the Sweet 16 last year. I think the expectation, honestly, fair or not, the expectation for Alabama basketball was to contend for a 1 seed this year.
I don't think people realized how big of a loss Herb Jones was.
I don't disagree with you.
Or Josh Primo. Josh Primo ended up being a pure shooter at the end of the year and is killing it in the NBA.
Which is why I used the phrase fair or not, because I don't know if those were fair expectations, but I think those were the expectations. Where did Alabama start? They started top 10.
Yeah.
I mean, if you start in the top 10, I think it's the voters at least. And they may not know anything, but it's the AP voters saying, we expect this team to be in the running for a 1 seed. I mean, that's what you are when you start in the top 10.
Alabama started number 14.
Did they really?
Yeah, 14 in the AP and 13 in the coaches.
So they hit the top 10 after the Gonzaga win.
Yeah, if you're
probably
one
so.
sec.
Yeah.
Arkansas from Connor O'Gara. If they win an NCAA tournament game this year, it'll be the first time since 1999 that they've gone back-to-back years winning a game in the tournament.
That's more surprising. I guess it shouldn't be because we know that Arkansas has just gone coach to coach. I guess Alabama has a little bit with that too, but Arkansas has got such a proud history of basketball.
I mean, they really do. That is a surprising stat to me for both those. Look, I've watched the Alabama one, and if you would have told me the last time they won back-to-back in a tournament, I would have said Godfrey did it.
Yeah.
I would have guessed Mark Godfrey did it.
Well,
my gosh, you made it a Elite 8 run 1 year. So
if you went back to 99, though, that was still the Nolan Richardson years, was it not?
Yeah, I think so.
Right towards the end of them. And if you would have said, hey, look, you're just a few years removed from winning a national championship and back-to-back Final Four appearances, this team's not going to win back-to-back tournament games in over 20 years, almost 25 years, that's hard to believe.
You would not have believed that. Absolutely would not have believed that.
Yeah. Another thing that surprises me, but I guess it jumps out there, Tennessee's never been to the Final Four. They had some good teams back in the day, and not just with Bruce, but you go back to, what was it, the Ernie and Bernie show that I think that was
Ernie
an old
Grunfeld and Bernie Bickerstaff.
Yeah. I mean, making a Final Four, not easy. Not easy at all. So
I think historically, and I'm going to miss, I'm looking at Missouri right now. They have been to a Final Four. No, they have not. They've been to an Elite Eight. I was going to say historically, I think half the conference has made a Final Four. But it's not going to be half now because I thought Missouri had.
Well, off the top of my head, Auburn,
Yep.
Kentucky, obviously.
Yep.
LSU has been there.
Yep.
Mississippi State has been there, often forgotten.
Florida.
Multiple times.
Florida
by the
has
way.
won it, South Carolina's been there
That's
now.
right. There's 6. So I think, is there one more? Well, I was thinking Missouri had. That was going to be my 7th.
Well, I know, Georgia has.
Georgia,
Yeah, that's right.
Georgia
Yeah,
has
so there's 7. So
Durham
half the conference has made the Final Four. So if you've never done it, you're in the bottom. You're at the bottom half of the conference in those terms, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, that's Arkansas. Did you say Arkansas?
Nope,
That's
that's
8.
8.
So,
Yeah.
so good
So
poll
that's 8.
question. Next SEC team that has not been to a Final Four, who will
That will be. So I've got to pick from Vandy, Ole Miss, Texas A&M. Boy, if it's not Alabama,
Missouri, Alabama,
Missouri, Alabama.
and Ole Miss. Did you say
Yeah,
Ole Miss?
I did.
Okay.
I mean, I would
think that
say Alabama.
It needs to be Alabama out of that group.
Yeah,
right
I mean,
there,
if it's not Alabama out of that group, something's going badly
Yeah,
wrong.
if you would have asked me 10 years ago, I would have said Missouri.
I mean, I think Ole Miss has been to one Sweet
Or
16. Well, one Sweet 16 ever for Ole Miss. I mean, they've never made it past Sweet 16. They've only been there one time. So for them to make a Final Four would be earth-shattering.
A lot of basketball to talk about. We'll get into what happened last night on the court and what's ahead tonight. And then a lot of football today. Wimp's coming up in our next segment. We'll go to the Combines with Doug Kyed, who will be with us at 10 o'clock from Pro Football Focus. Todd Fuhrman late talking about some betting odds that are out there, including things like will Tom Brady come back? Will Aaron Rodgers be traded? Some of the football conversations, new odds out for the College Football National Championship. Fuhrman will talk about all that in the final hour of the show. Part of the show today being brought to you by the great folks up there in Decatur and Coleman at the Johnston RV Center, where they've extended an RV show.
That's right. At both Decatur and Coleman, you could go to the RV show. If you want to go to the Decatur location, exit 334 off I-65, exit 304 for the Coleman location off I-65. Both shows going through Saturday with free parking, no admission fee. Lowest prices of the year, best selection of the year. You can see everything you need at johnstonrvcenter.com. That's johnstonrvcenter.com.
A couple of top 25 upsets last night. Nebraska got Ohio State. Bigger surprise for me, TCU getting Kansas last night, which opens the door, LT, for Kansas to do something they usually don't do, and that's not win the Big 12 regular season. Baylor now has a chance to at least get a share of that this weekend.
Well, Kansas was on a 1 line going into Saturday's game against Baylor. Now they've lost back-to-back games, and TCU, for the first time in school history, has beaten 5 top 25 teams. So Jamie Dixon, when he took that job, people didn't know what to expect. They've been okay. They haven't been great, but they've pulled some of these upsets. But Kansas really has taken a couple of hits.
That likely puts TCU firmly in the tournament, comfortably in the tournament. So that was another good win for them. Kansas they finished with a return game with TCU, and then they wrap up the season with Texas. And they need to win both of those to, sort of claim their Big 12 regular season championship, which has been a birthright under Bill Self. He's done it so many times.
I think 13 or 14 years, or 14 or 15.
Yeah. And going into that game, Lenardi had Kansas step in front of Auburn. Kansas 4 on his S-curve, Auburn 5 on his S-curve. So you would think going into tonight, Lenardi at least would flip those two, right?
Yeah, you would think so. Now,
Jerry Palm, he was on the show yesterday. He had Auburn his number 2 overall. So he and Lenardi are a little bit of space between how they view Auburn, but Kansas was on his 1 line.
We told you there were 2 good games to watch last night for sure, away from the SEC contest. Number 9 Providence at number 11 Villanova, and of course the showdown between number 8 Purdue and number 10 Wisconsin. Both of those games lived up to the billing.
Well, what a joke at the end. I don't know if you guys were watching Wisconsin and Purdue, and Purdue had every opportunity. They were down 8, and they chipped away, and they finally took a 1-point lead. But the final 2 possessions for the Badgers, banked threes.
Yep.
And you just don't see that. And Johnny Davis is a great player, but he banks one in to tie it or to go up 3. And then Jaden Ivey comes right down, hits a 3. I think the game's going to overtime, And then Chucky Hepburn comes down and chunks in one off the bank again to win the game.
Backboard is your friend, Lance.
I mean, it was crazy. So now the Badgers have won 15 consecutive games decided by 5 or less points. To me, that's what you want going into a tournament.
They're good in close games, basically,
Because you get a lot of those in the NCAA tournament. That's a little bit of an upset in that one because Purdue was a road favorite, right?
Yeah,
in that one.
We locked Purdue last night. It went off at 3, and I thought that was a little strange at Purdue. I thought that game would go off at a pick. Wisconsin had beat them earlier this year, so that's the first time Wisconsin swept Purdue in a long time.
And then Providence can't get it done at Villanova. And I guess if you're just an average basketball fan and don't pay a lot of attention, Villanova more of a name brand than Providence there, but Providence the highest ranked team of those two meeting. That one played out, pretty much a tight pick-em type game with Villanova winning it at home. That Nova team I know you love every time you do your brackets.
I do, yeah. I mean, I guess I'm going to buy into them. 7th in the net. Ken Palm likes them as well. If you look at Ken Palm, as I always do, 12th. I don't know, man. I just trust Jay Wright. Why would you not trust Jay Wright? I mean, the guy's got a really good record in this tournament.
Yeah, the only thing that scares me right now is Colin Gillespie, your best player, still got that ankle injury.
Yeah.
And, he's battling through it, and he's playing good at times, but you can tell he's still struggling a little bit. If he gets 100%, Villanova's got a fighting shot. They've got a really good backcourt, but, Gillespie has battled that, and Moore's also had the bad ankle. So, Providence, great season, but they can't beat Villanova.
Yeah, Arizona made a statement over USC 91-71. That was a blowout win as Arizona was their get-right game after losing a bad one at Colorado. People were looking at Arizona like, including me, I was like, that could be a team that is going to be a paper tiger when you start to look at your bracket. Small number beside them in the seeding, a chance for an early upset. That was a statement game last night.
Well, yeah, they're 25-2 coming into the Saturday game against Colorado. They're double-digit favorite. They lose by double digits, and now they've got the best record they've had since 2013, 2014. So almost back in those Sean Miller days where we talked about those really good Arizona teams, they're sitting right now at 26-3. They have solidified themselves as a number 1 seed.
Yep.
Where are the Miller boys now, by the way? Archie and Sean.
One is, Steve Prom that we have on. One of us doing a show with him.
Yeah.
Which one, Archie or Sean?
I think it's Sean, maybe?
Yeah,
no, it could be Archie.
Neither one are coaching right now.
No,
Both considered to be really good coaches.
Yeah.
A little on the gray area side.
Yeah,
Well, in one
so.
case, I don't want to throw Archie in that one at Indiana, but I think Sean at Arizona got snagged in that.
I was a little surprised, though, Arizona, coming into this game in Los Angeles last night, with USC still an opportunity to possibly win the Pac-12 title. For them, and I watched only the first 5 minutes because that Purdue-Wisconsin game went late, and so they didn't join the Arizona-USC game until 10:15, and I wanted to see Jay and Reese doing the game because I thought it was a little odd that you brought that up yesterday.
Yep.
And I thought with them being there, for whatever reason, this would be one of those games that goes down to the wire.
Not
and
so
it
much.
Just wasn't. Arizona completely dominated.
Yeah. Do you think – so you say they're –
Turns out they had Reese and Jay on the show, Brownie, to fill time at the end.
That's right. They knew they were good talk show hosts. You say Arizona's locked in as a 1.
More than likely.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're not now.
They're number 2 in the net, and that's the old RPI, in case you don't know. Number 2 in the net. So it's going to be hard not to be a 1 there. Gonzaga's almost locked in.
Yeah, and the way they're going to be seeded in the tournament, I think they got a wake-up call with Colorado. It's going to be the number 2 seed will come down to Saturday, USC, UCLA. More than likely, Arizona, barring another crazy upset, is going to at least get to the Pac-12 championship game.
Yeah.
And I think with that, they're in.
Yeah, Gonzaga right now is already in their conference semifinal. They don't even have to play a game. That's where they start their tournaments.
The quadruple bye.
Yeah, they're the conference semifinals. So it's going to be hard for them not to at least make their conference final. So I'd say the Zags are locked in as a 1.
Yeah, I think
it feels like Arizona's pretty close.
I think we've got 2 locked in, and I think they're both out west, ironically. And I think it comes down to, I would have said, if Kansas just would have beaten either Baylor or TCU, then it would come down to Baylor or Kansas has got the other 1 seed. Seems like Baylor's got that 1 seed as long as they take care of business, and then Kentucky or Auburn, it comes down to the other.
You think that's who that's between Kentucky and Auburn after the Kansas loss?
I mean, would you guys not agree if both win out and then whoever wins the SEC championship, if one of those two, they should be the 1 seed?
It's going to be hard if Auburn wins the conference championship to not give it to them.
Oh, they've got to.
I mean, if you consider it the best conference in America, I'm talking the regular season, not the tournament.
Yeah. If you go by SOS of conferences, the SEC champion deserves to have one of the top 4 seeds.
And I tend to think, I've never been in the room, I tend to think the tournament committee likes to start with those ones already on the line.
Yep.
And let's work from there.
Yeah, they like to paint the outside edges of the
That's right.
wall and then fill up the middle on the last day.
That's right. By the time Auburn tips on Friday, I feel like they're pretty solid on that one line if they have won the conference championship.
But Brown, I've got to back up on Auburn because we are talking about a team that's lost 3 consecutive road games.
Right. Yep.
They've got a really tricky game against an average team in Starkville tonight.
Yeah, 7-1 at home versus the SEC is State, though.
But State is only a 3.5-point underdog. So, I think it's an extremely dangerous game. You lose that game and you lose in Tampa, then all of a sudden you've got 6 losses. You're not a 1 team.
Yeah, again, I said this will be the last time I say it. This may be the last time I say it. This is State's ticket to the tournament. They got to do more than this.
Yeah.
But they can't do it without this, I don't think. I think this would be, if they do this and then maybe, I don't know how the bracket would fall out in Tampa, but maybe grab a win they're not supposed to get in Tampa, they've got a very outside shot. They got no shot without this win.
Last night in the SEC, after Brownie tells us about our friends at Alabama Power, it's so important you stay connected during storms. In Alabama Power, here to remind you the easiest way to stay connected.
And they check, they give you outage alerts, Dunaway, as you're mentioning there. Alabama Power wants you to know you got options beyond just phone or mail. Those outage alerts, you receive a text or an email notification when your home experiences an outage. For more information, visit alabamapower.com/alerts. Only way I know my power is going off is I come home and all the clocks are blinking, right? So I could get a text if I would just stop and sign up for this at alabamapower.com/alerts. I know my power's off.
Farmfolio chat room. Paul says Oates will get Alabama to the Final Four. LT's neighbor over there, I'm praying Bama's the 5 in the Arizona region, wherever Arizona's the 1. He'd like to take a shot at the Wildcats there. That's a good way to go because Maxwell says Bama historically plays better out west. I don't know if that's factual, but I do remember one good run from Wimp that got him to the Sweet 16, and Loyola Marymount stood in the way out there.
The Elite 8 run was out west, wasn't it?
I think it was, where they ran into UConn after they had beaten UCLA, right?
Or is it Stanford? Stanford. That's why I think it was out west, because Stanford was the 1.
That's right, because Stanford was the 1. All right, last night in the SEC, Tennessee beat Georgia as expected, closer than the experts thought. Kentucky beat Ole Miss at home at Rupp, closer than the experts. And then there's Mike White in Florida. Felt like his job was on the line last night. Scottie Pippen Jr. for a while did about everything he could to help Vandy win the game. But in the end, Florida pulls it out 82-78, keeping Mike White safe for another day.
Yeah, I was really surprised, just watching how that game was flowing. And it looked like Florida had control early, and then Vanderbilt took control in the second half. And then Florida just kind of bombarded them the last couple of minutes. But, yeah, that was a huge win for Florida last night. Would have been probably the death knell if they lose that game.
Yeah, because that is it hurt some people's resume because Vandy dropped out of a quad 1 win.
That's right.
As this thing does. It is very fluid, so it's no longer a quad 1 win if you've beaten Vandy on the road. It wouldn't have mattered what quad it was for Florida. That one would have been devastating.
Yep. So that's what happened in the SEC last night. Tonight, Auburn, number 5 in the country at Mississippi State. That's an 8 o'clock game on the Auburn Network. 6 p.m. for Alabama, last home game of the year. Texas A&M in town, 6 o'clock on the SEC Network. You can listen to Andy and the guys on the Auburn Radio Network, Chris Stewart and the guys on the Alabama Radio Network, and UAB in action tonight, 7 o'clock on the road at Southern Miss, their final road game of the regular season. David Crane and the guys on the UAB network tonight for that one. One other interesting SEC game tonight, LSU is at number 14 Arkansas, 8 o'clock on ESPN2. Keep the comments coming in the Farmfolio chat room today. Also, the phone lines open after we talk to Wimp. Wimp's up next. You can jump on the phones at 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Before we head to break here, a couple of interesting things we have out for you. And a great place to start, as always, nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage. You can go to the podcast section or our YouTube channel. You can go there. And remember to like and subscribe there, and you can see the latest Bama and Bourbon, which is up both on Twitter and on the podcast, audio only, and also video only at YouTube. Go check them out, any of that platforms where you and Aaron Settles talk Alabama football and Alabama basketball. Always over a nice glass of bourbon or whiskey. You guys discuss that too. So it's a great combination, if you're new to our format here, of sports conversation and also a little conversation about the brown water.
Yeah, so every week we do it, and Aaron from The Athletic, as you mentioned, gives you a little insight on Alabama basketball. So check that out. Brand new bourbon we profiled yesterday.
Yeah, do you remember the name of it right now?
Town Branch. I remember
Yeah,
the
Town
name.
Branch.
Town Branch.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we
Big
got
old bottle.
Two different. It's out of Lexington, Kentucky. It was the first post-prohibition distillery that was open in Lexington.
how about that? Sort of started it rolling there, post-prohibition.
So we've got we had Town Branch, and then next week we've got their cask, which is 109 proof. So looking forward to that.
All right, so that's the kind of stuff you get. If you said right now, how many different bottles have you guys, since we started this format, Friday will be 200 days ago, not 200 shows, but 200 days ago. How many different bottles of bourbon you think? Just
Probably
estimate.
20.
20 different ones? So a nice little batch we have back in the green room there from our Bama and Bourbon. Also, you got our new Jimmy Buckets up. We talk Alabama basketball right there with Chris Stewart heading into the final stretch there and getting ready for the tournament in Tampa and the NCAA tournament. And Brown on the drive-in today gave us a state of the show, if you want to see that.
State of the Union, man. State of the next round union.
Yeah, so Brown did that last night or this morning on his drive-in.
There I am on the video.
There's a look right there with sunglasses on.
Well, the sun was out, Jim.
Yeah. I know, but you're talking to the people. You don't look trustworthy if you can't see your eyes.
Can't see the road. That video is going to be totally different.
More likes, more views at that
That's
point.
true. Jimmy with the official rebuttal, too. You can find that at Next
No,
Round
that
Live.
is funny. I don't think I've ever seen you with
I
sunglasses on.
appreciate the
Yeah.
time for
Yeah.
the response.
I've got them. I've got two pair. I've got a Ray-Ban. I'll tell you exactly when I bought those. This is I don't lose
Top
things.
Gun.
But will you give me? I mean, have you ever seen him in
I think I've
sunglasses?
seen Dunaway in sunglasses,
I don't think
yeah.
I have. Have you?
No.
Well, truthfully, we see each other
tell the
usually inside.
Yeah.
Inside.
We've done a lot of outdoor events.
Yeah, I've seen Dunaway in sunglasses, yeah.
You've seen me originally the time I bought these sunglasses. I'll tell you why I bought them. They are the traditional black Ray-Bans that they all wore in that HBO show from the Miami front when they were putting gambling in the hotel in Miami that was on HBO that I loved. It was short-lived.
It was on Stars.
It was on Showtime, wasn't it? Magic City?
It
Or
was on
Stars?
Stars,
Yeah,
yeah.
Magic City is what
Magic
it's
City.
Close, though.
Yeah, I was close. Must have been back when I had all the movie channels. So it was Magic City.
Yep.
And they all had the black Ray-Bans, the, what do you call those?
Wayfarers.
Wayfarers.
Yep.
So I still have those that I bought when we were going to Miami. I got them, I think it was a
2012.
Magic
Christmas
City.
gift. We were heading down to Miami, and I told Maggie, I need these sunglasses. Santa brought them to me, and I have not lost them. So I still roll with those.
Okay.
I did lose a pair that Maggie brought, Ray-Bans, that sort of were, what's it called when it's sort of a brownish, it's like different
Turtle
tones.
shell.
Turtle shell. I lost those somewhere at a football game. I think I lost those at when we were coaching the A-Day game. I think I left them in our little locker room, in the locker. So some Alabama player and or manager
Threw them right in the trash.
likely had those. And then I've got a pair of Costas that I won.
I think Costas is the barbecue. Costas is the...
Costas. Got a pair of Costas that are blue, and I don't know if they're man sunglasses or women's sunglasses.
There's a lot of unisex sunglasses out
So
there.
I wear those occasionally, usually when I'm by myself.
And Maggie's not wearing them?
Yeah.
Usually when I'm by myself in a pair of heels.
What do you call a success on keeping a pair of sunglasses? Because I was thinking the other day, I saw a picture of some that they were my favorite sunglasses. Ended up sitting on them probably 10 years ago. So I had them for about 5 or 6 years. But I've got one pair that I've probably had for 15 years now.
Yeah. That's a good run there.
Yeah. So I think a successful run is 5 years, depending on what you've
I
got
give you that.
financially
Yeah.
invested in the sunglasses.
Oh yeah, but if you dropped $125 to $250 on sunglasses,
You need
don't
5 years.
You don't like losing those.
No, and those are the ones you don't take in the surf.
That's right. Yeah, you use the cheap ones in the ocean. That's what I do.
I mean, what are the percentages of once you drop sunglasses in ocean, you recover?
I'm
you
pretty
get
good.
it 25% of the time.
I don't think you get it 25%.
Oh, I'm pretty good.
None
at
always
that.
going to be 100.
Oh no,
I'm pretty good at that.
it's almost immediately it disappears.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, like a lady that
That needs to be a poll question.
I am just. I don't. Are you guys lucky at finding stuff that you lose, misplaced?
I have never tracked it, really.
Are you talking about like you
Like, say your kids were little and they lost their sassy and nobody can find it. I'm always the one that could find it.
I used to be
Pacifier.
the best at finding the ball in the yard that would go in the bush.
Yeah.
I could always find something like that. but
Somebody dropped an earring. You're able to find it somewhere. I'm just always been lucky
good at
that way.
But if I lose something important, I guess I can't find that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm missing 4 years of our show.
What do you mean? Like in your guest log?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you remember your memory.
No,
that's what we call when we're at the
that was
mornings.
just removed.
That was just 3 years.
Yeah, I'm missing a log that's got like 4 years in it. I can't find it anywhere.
That is unfortunate.
I'll remember them off the top of my head.
I'm sure. But it's funny because I never see you in sunglasses, and Rocky never wears sunglasses.
When I commute from the house now, it's directly in the sun, and I have a pair of sunglasses, and I absolutely hate wearing them. I just feel like when I see it, I feel like I think I'm trying to be a badass.
Wow.
I hate sunglasses.
They protect your eyes. I don't know if you know.
Well, I
that.
know there's some people that wear them inside. There's some.
Okay, I
I'm
get
not
that.
big on that. Yeah.
Inside a
You
restaurant.
see
blind.
people with crow's feet?
Yeah.
Do you
So a lot of
remember?
that's from sun damage.
Do you remember the first couple of days you did the show and how bright you thought these lights were,
Yeah.
and now they don't even bother you at all?
Well, because I don't look at them.
You don't look at them.
Yeah, if you look at them real quick, Dunaway.
All right. So when Wimp bitches about us being late to get to him,
And he will.
It wasn't me. I was going to break at
My fault.
18.
My fault, Wimp.
And then we went down the road on a bunch of stuff like sunglasses. in
I've never
Magic
seen Wimp
City.
in sunglasses.
I don't think I have either.
I've never seen Wimp in sunglasses. He is next. Stay with us.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
All right, rolling on. Wimp Sanderson is standing by to talk a little basketball after a great night last night. Walker Kessler, by the way, one of 10 semifinalists for the Naismith Award. Basketball people hate when I say this, but that's the Heisman of basketball, for those that don't know.
Well, let's ask Wimp. He's a basketball guy. The coach, Wimp Sanderson, with us on the I'm not kidding. It's the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented by the Rental Works division of Crane Works. Hello, Coach.
Nobody gives a hoot about the cotton-picking sunglasses episodes by all y'all. All the thing sunglasses do for y'all is hide your ugly face.
Well, I'm surprised you don't wear them more, Coach. I've never seen you wear a pair.
I've got a pair that I wear sometimes.
Okay.
I do. But I'm a good grief from Gordo. People rather hear me than that bull crap.
I don't disagree.
What y'all want to talk about?
Let me ask you first. Hey, were you watching the end of Wisconsin and Purdue? I mean, a couple of things I wanted to ask about.
I watched the end of that. I watched. If you guys are ever coaching, call me so you can get the ball in bounds. Vanderbilt's got the game won against Mississippi State. The game's over. All they got to get the basketball into Pippen or whoever, and it's game's over. They throw the cotton picking thing away, and that kid got the basketball with no seconds on the clock and drilled it to actually win the game, and Florida did. No way for Florida to win the game, and they did.
Well, they were down 5 with 44 seconds to go.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you something. When they got the ball, before he shot the three, the guy got fouled 10 times with handling the basketball. They didn't call it. They kicked the basketball into Castleton, or whatever his name is, big guy from Michigan, for Florida. He kicks it back out to this kid on the corner, Fleming, or whatever his name is. And that booger bear drilled it. I mean, it was a terrible. They keep bragging about Vanderbilt being much better. Better from what? Better from no wins in the SEC several years ago?
It's hard not to go up from there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So anyway, that's the way it goes.
Well, I was going to ask you, were you watching? I know you got multiple TVs.
Yeah.
Were you watching Wisconsin and Purdue? I mean, that was the only top 10
I
matchup.
did not. I did not. But
well, the reason I was going to ask, in the final 25 seconds, Wisconsin hit back-to-back threes off the backboard.
Yeah, well, I talk about angles and not those kind of angles, not long shots like that.
Yeah.
But he lucked them in.
Backboard's your friend.
Yeah, that's right. It's your friend. So who's the best team in Wisconsin? And Wisconsin won't get to be it, aren't they?
Who's the best team in the Big Ten? You're asking?
Yeah.
I still think this is stupid because Purdue got swept by Wisconsin, but I think Purdue's a better team.
Yeah, maybe it's close.
Brown says it all the time, and I agree with him. I don't trust Purdue when they get to the NCAA tournament. And I'll be honest with you, Wimp, I don't trust anybody in the Big Ten lately when they get to the – I mean, they'll get all the bids, but I don't think any Big Ten team is a Final Four type team.
Yeah, they're going to get 9.
Yep.
They're going to get 9 bids.
But do you think any of them are good enough to win the national championship?
I don't know. It's just one – it's a deal where you have a bad night defensively, or don't shoot the basketball well, or not ready to play, or sometimes you get an NCAA with guys that are really good, and they play somebody they think's not very good, and they're not ready to play. And the mental part of it is it's not as effective in the NCAA because they're happy to be there. But sometimes you just don't. Basketball's a game that you just don't play. Sometimes as well as you need to because the defense is so good that particular game that you can't get the threes off that you need to. Now State and Auburn, we'll talk about that in a minute. State is last in threes attempted. They're dead last. Of course, Alabama's first. Next to them is Missouri, and next to them is Kentucky. Those three have shot the least number of threes. Certainly, State's got the one really, really good player that can really play. I don't know, but Molinaro, how you pronounce it, Iverson, he's very good. So I think Auburn was very fortunate to win at Missouri. They won by 1 point. Alabama lost by 1. I think this is a game Auburn will win, and I think Auburn will go. And of course, they'll beat South Carolina at home. I think this is the game Auburn will win. I think they'll be ready to play because there's a lot on the line, and know they can beat South Carolina. So I would say Auburn is going to be. And Auburn had a. And I'm not saying it, I'm saying this to be honest with you because I'm a schedule guy. They had a good schedule in the 5 games that they played. When you play South Carolina, Ole Miss, and Georgia, you got 6 wins pretty quickly, and then you have Florida, which they won twice, and then they beaten Alabama twice. So they won all their games except one when they went down to Florida.
The coach, Wimp Sanderson, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He is with us each week, courtesy of the Rental Works division of Crane Works. If Auburn wins this game tonight, they're going to be the regular season conference champions. Do you think that's deserving of a 1 seed?
I think it probably is.
Yeah.
I think it probably is.
I mean, if you think
Arizona,
the SEC is the best conference, which a lot of people do, I don't see how you don't make their conference champion a 1 seed.
No, I would agree to that. I think that's right. The tournament games, if you win or lose in the tournament games, doesn't mean a lot to you. People go crazy about if they win 2 in the tournament. Tournament doesn't do that.
And you valued the tournament. You put a heck of a lot of value. So for you to say
I
that,
put a lot of value. I tried to win it
I know.
because back then you were the champions of the SEC. Now there'll be some teams whose players who know they're not going to go to NCAA tournament probably unless they're not going to play real hard. They'd rather be with their girlfriend down in Florida. That's the truth because spring break comes for some of them during this next week, and the spring break's a scary time for kids to want to get out and not play any more basketball. So it to me it's dangerous. We try to call attention to that pretty much when I was coaching, and we did everything we could to have live legs. We didn't practice real hard. Everybody else was practicing 3 hours. We practiced in 30 minutes. Yeah. We didn't practice hard at all. We practiced hard for an hour and then we quit. And we bragged about how much better shape we would be in our opponent.
Live legs for basketball, not for spring break, right?
Yeah, that's right. We have live legs for spring break. Thank you very much.
Random question here. Did you represent yourself on some of your contracts, and did you have anything in your contract, any incentives, if you won the SEC tournament?
No. Back then, no. Coach Bryan, they didn't give me I think they gave me maybe a month raise. I think they probably did. They give
gift certificate from Goldbro.
Yeah, they gave you a month raise. Raise.
Did you represent yourself though? Did you do your own contracts?
I can't remember. I don't know.
Well, you had a lawyer looking over.
Agent or a lawyer or something.
I had somebody helping me.
Okay.
I didn't work too much. I did when I first started. I thought, if I don't do the job because wasn't anybody really tickled that I got the job to start with.
Hey, you know what our agents always tell us? Our agents represent some college football coaches, and they say that the AD always wants to negotiate with the coach because the AD's done 1,000 contracts. You know how many the coach has done? 0.
Yeah.
That's a mismatch right there.
Always a mismatch there. Wimp Sanderson's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I'm always interested, Wimp, with you and your coaching philosophy and how you like to attack certain teams. And you've second guessed yourself a couple of times. So you talked about live legs and things like that. Here's Alabama down the stretch, and all of a sudden Quinterly is playing better with more confidence. Keon's playing better with more confidence, and it seems to be helping them defensively too. How do you keep fueling that? How do you keep feeding that confidence to guys like JQ and Keon down the stretch here?
Well, I continue to start Quinterly myself, and certainly others just played very, very well. And you just all you do is just simply, tell them to continue to not worry about things that go bad, to correct them and get them done, and don't turn the basketball over and shoot a good 3. And when they do, And Quinley is as good as I've ever seen, taking the ball to the basket and using the glass there, and also shooting the three. He feels like he's gotten a little bit more comfortable playing. And I don't know what you say to him to get them better, any better than they already are. Shaq probably needs to shoot a little bit better, and you gotta cut down on your turnovers. You got to do a good job of making your threes when you shoot. But that's the way they're going to play, regardless. You said I played, question myself, and I did. They're going to play a certain way, regardless, and They may say they're to a couple of guys. I don't know if they do this, though. I'll have to ask them. Let's be sure you shoot a good three, because there are a couple of them that don't shoot it real well. Now, that's what I would do. I don't know if they do that. So, I just do everything I can to get them ready to play mentally, because if they're good enough physically, or you wouldn't have signed them. So we'll see.
Well, they should be.
I don't know if I answered that question. It was a hard question to answer.
No, and can I be truthful with you? And I like being honest with you here.
Yeah.
I got into the question and forgot really what I was going to ask you, so I had to circle around to a very hard, complicated question. I was really going to ask you about the SEC tournament, because there are so few things I used to say the SEC tournament doesn't mean anything. You're already in the tournament. But the more I think about it, there are so few times you can give your guys a ring, a championship ring, because unless you're national champion, regular season champion, or tournament champion, you don't get a ring. And there are so few chances for a guy to get a banner up in the arena or a ring. So I've changed on that. I agree with you. I think winning the tournament's a big deal.
Well, I understand the round robin versus. I can tell Brownie and them think the round robin is more important. And I can understand that. But when you get your team ready to play through a tournament, and the tournament is going to be the champion. I've shown off all my. That's going to be the championship ring.
Yep.
And for our teams, and this sounds awful, I say it all the time, our teams to get in the final game 9 out of 12 years is almost unbelievable. We won 11 straight games. We won 11 straight games in that tournament against good competition. And it for me, it was big, and we kept, we thought we did it the right way. We rested. We didn't do much. We didn't go to the SEC tournament to the very last minute we had to go, and we were. Most of the time we were NCAA bound. A couple of times we may not have been. We never really. We got one good seed, a 2 seed, and that was a fiasco. So,
a fiasco. What was your favorite tournament venue? Because I'm trying to remember. I know you played one here in Birmingham. You played up on the stage in Nashville.
We won one in Florida. We won one in Orlando.
Where was the Florida one? Orlando.
Okay, in Orlando. We won down there. The greatest game in the history. And I say this in the history of the SEC tournament, was Alabama versus Arkansas. They had 3 pros. We had Hollywood, Sprewell, and Horry.
Hey, Rockstar was there.
Yeah, we had 3 pros. It's the greatest game I've ever seen.
Was Elliott Washington the winning?
No, that was not the Elliott Washington game. That was a different game.
Yeah, Elliott Washington game. It was.
Oh, was it?
It's a deal where, and I told us the story again. But we got new listeners.
Sure.
We're down 4 with 32 seconds, and Spree hits one in the lane to cut it to 2. We go the other end, we foul. They miss a free throw, we rebound. They come down. I'm going to coach them. I'm going to call timeout like I did with Kentucky when we won that. I'm going to really coach them. I'm not convinced that when we broke the huddle, that 3 of them thought we were running one thing and 2 of them thought we were running something else. I'm not sure. but man, I'll admit all this stuff. But I wasn't sure we were on the same page when we broke the huddle. When we start down the floor after getting the ball at midcourt, Hollywood's on the dribble, and I have said 100 times, Hollywood wouldn't throw it to his mother if she was open. he just, he's going to shoot it or whatever. He kicks that ball over there in the corner to Elliott Washington, who I had picked up. Watching him play a half-court game, because I got beat on a kid I thought I had. And I took the school plane and flew to Jacksonville. I watched him play half-court, and I offered him a scholarship. And he drilled that thing for the it was pros against pros in that game. And it was some basketball game. And by the way, Elliott Washington's son is a defensive back, and Coach Saban just signed him.
Yep. He's a good one, too, by the way.
Yeah. So that was, and I told this story before, so everybody said, well, I heard it again. Well, if you heard it again, then turn it off. So.
No, do not turn it off, whatever you do. All right, he is the coach, Wimp Sanderson. He joins us each week, courtesy of the Rental Works division of Crane Works.
Rental Works division of Crane Works has all the equipment you need for any DIY projects, from chainsaws to skid steers. They have it all. David Upton has an expert team of salesmen and equipment operators to help you with your project. So give them a call or visit craneworks.com for more information.
Coach?
Appreciate you guys having me on. It's kind of same old today, but basketball season, we got to do that.
Yeah. Thank you, Coach. Love you.
Else?
That's it.
I was going to say something to.
What you going to say?
I can't think what I was going to say. LT.
Were you going to?
Right,
to
LT?
LT? Okay.
I can't think. LT's probably going to the bathroom anyway.
Yep.
All right, later.
I'm here.
All right, bye. That's Coach Wimp Sanderson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Mesmerizing right there.
I was going to say something else.
He wanted to take a shot, then he forgot his shot.
Yeah, that's right. He'll call back.
He was disrupted by the crowd chanting 4 more years, 4 more years. All right, we keep rolling on here on the next round. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Already this morning, a nice conversation in the Farmfolio chat room about LASIK. One satisfied customer over there with Michelson trying to get someone else to go check it out.
Yeah, look, here's the deal. If you wear contacts or eyeglasses, maybe LASIK is right for you. I had no idea. I wore the contacts. I wasted money on contacts and solution for years. I finally went in. I got screened. And right now you can get a hassle-free consultation. It's absolutely free. Again, call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with that today. I now have 20/15 vision better than 20/20. Call Michelson Laser Vision. Find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, in my opinion, the best in the business. Dr. Michelson truly changed my life. Could possibly do the same for you. Call today, 969-8100.
Gino over there blaming Little Bow Wow in the early 2000s for his colored contacts. Different colors. Remember those back in the early 2000s? Yeah. He said they were dumping the contacts. Used to have the different color contacts back in the day. Glad that.
Very interested. You've got the, as I look, you've got blue eyes. You seem like a guy, though, that you would have done the colored contacts back in the day if you didn't have the blue eyes.
Oh, Jimmy Blue Eyes.
Yeah, I didn't need them. God gave me my color. Back in a moment on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of the Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. If you missed Johnston RV Center's big Decatur and Coleman RV shows, don't worry. Johnston RV Center will continue the RV sale through Saturday, March 5th at both locations. Same great deals, huge selections to choose from, and special financing available. It is your time to buy now and save. And as always, a lifetime warranty on all new RVs. In Coleman, off I-65, exit 304, and in Decatur, just off exit 334. For more information, visit JohnstonRVCenter.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on The Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness.
Our friends with the Legion FC getting ready to crank up their season on March 13th down at Protective Stadium. If you have not heard, Protective Stadium is beautiful, open for business, the home of the UAB Blazers, and now the home of the Birmingham Legion. Pro soccer here in Birmingham. Had a test run against MLS Atlanta. Fans loved it. You will too. And I get asked all the time, there's just not anything good to do with the family for the kids that is inexpensive. How about $7 tickets to go watch the Birmingham Legion play? That's what you get. BHMLegion.com for tickets. That's their website, BHMLegion.com. That takes you there, all the information about the team. You can get tickets there. March 13th, I believe it's a 2 o'clock kick, but I'll get that finalized for you. March 13th, the game's on ESPN2, so we want to look great for the nation when it comes to Birmingham being a soccer home. So BHMLegion.com, make plans and get ready to roll with that. Forrester, can you bring back up the sunglasses? I found some sunglass pictures of me. And in typical Lance Dunaway relationship fashion, not only do we have pictures of me wearing sunglasses, there are pictures of me with LT wearing sunglasses.
But how long ago were these pictures? My point is, heck, you forget a lot of these moments, but these were like 10, 12 years ago.
Some of them are old. I did not go through any of the recent ones. I started at the beginning of my timeline, but as you roll through the pictures, you end up seeing, well, not only am I wearing sunglasses, Lance, you're in the picture, Jay. So it was a couple of those that rolled through there.
I got the reference there, but Brown, you'll give me, it's been, that was like 10, 12 years ago. But Brown and Rocky don't remember you really wearing sunglasses much.
Well, I can't say I remember him in a short sleeve shirt with stripes either.
Yeah, I paid it that close of attention. I don't know.
There we are. We are in Miami.
Yeah.
That's when I originally got those glasses. I always loved that hat of yours. You still have it?
There you are at Talladega.
There's Jim with hair at Talladega.
Yeah.
Those would be the two we were together.
Uh-huh.
So those were the two.
And that's it.
Yeah, and that was 10 years ago too.
There we are at Talladega again.
At least,
yeah. All of us got on sunglasses there. Beautiful
honestly,
day at Talladega.
We remember the awkward picture that we took by the pool. I love the picture, but people made fun of it like we were all at the pool right before we launched this.
Yeah, when I got back from Roswell, that was July 4th this past year.
I think Jim Brown took that picture. Right?
Yeah, my wife, I believe, did take it.
Yeah, we were at LT's house, all of us.
Yep.
I had sunglasses on in that one too, I believe.
Yeah, but didn't somebody have like somebody's hand in somebody's lap or something?
We had a bunch of knees touching.
Okay.
Yeah, we had knees touching. We were sitting on the side of the pool. And, of course, everybody's got to pick apart everything about a photo. So everybody was making fun of our knees touching.
4 p.m. is that kick time. Thank you, Nick, for that, for the Legion's first game. National TV, ESPN2 for that. Legion. The pro soccer team, bhmlegion.com. You'll hear more about that when we get closer. We'll talk NFL Combine coming up at the top of the hour. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. If you're looking for a mortgage anywhere in America, you can do that. They'll always leave the door open for you. We'll talk about doors open in the NFL after LT tells us about Mortgage Right.
Hey, not everything in life comes with a second chance, but our friends at Mortgage Right know that this rule does not apply when it comes to a home refinance. With refinancing experts nationwide, Mortgage Right has the tips, tools, and dedication to help you take advantage of interest rates while they are still low. But act quickly because rates are rising. Don't let a great refinancing opportunity slip away. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Jason Light's the GM of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Bruce Arians yesterday firmed that they're not going to just release Tom Brady. He did say, by the way, if Tom wanted to come back, the door is open. Here's Jason Light saying, hey, we respect Tom Brady. Door's always open.
Yeah, no, we'll look at every avenue. We are in the process of that. It's not an easy thing to do to just replace Tom Brady. I don't think you ever will. But it's you look at the trades, you look who's out there in free agency, you look at the draft. It's not as easy as what my neighbor thinks it is to just go trade for another All-Pro quarterback. Teams believe it or not, tend to not want to let go of their All-Pro quarterback. So we're looking at every avenue, and we look in-house too.
A little shot at his neighbor there.
It looks like, to me, it looks like he's about to place his bid on Price is Right.
With those skinny microphones from the NFL Network.
Everything, the shirt color.
$1, Bob.
And it also
$1.
looks like he is through 2 wings of the Hot Wings Challenge.
Jeez. Just stare at Jason Light now.
You know what he doesn't have? Sunglasses. Sweatbands.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
Sunglasses too.
Yeah, sunglasses either. All right, so that's Jason Light. Door is open for Tom Brady if he wants to come back. What is happening in college football? We'll update you around the news cycle in college football, and we'll go talk to Doug Kyed up at the Combine at 10:25. A little programming change. That's all coming up right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the next round. One thing you know about me is I love my good food. My wife and I, for the first time recently, went to Fairley's Southern Bar and Kitchen, just off 459 in the Grove in Hoover. After starting with a baked pimento cheese dip, my wife moved on to the penne chicken with the cream mashed potatoes, wilted spinach, and lemon caper pan sauce. I ordered the pork chop special over the pureed sweet potatoes. Our meal was fabulous. We had a wonderful time. If you're looking for a great meal or a great date night like we had, Fairley's Southern Bar and Kitchen, just off 459 in the Grove in Hoover.
Nothing to do tonight? Want to bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're about to talk a little college football with you and set the table with our headlines in this hour. LTD&B with you right here on The Next Round. Our headlines this hour being brought to you by our man Dr. B. Wants to make sure if you've got that beautiful head of hair like LT, you want to hold on to it.
Dr. Beckenstein, look, over the past year, I mean, as we get a little older, things tend to fall apart, just go away. I noticed some hair loss over the last year, so I asked around. Everyone said I should call Dr. Beckenstein. He's the best. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama, and he remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. I went in last week for my consultation with Dr. B, blown away all the options that were available, even did genetic testing to determine the best treatment for me. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He uses that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures that they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today. 205-319-0316. That's 319-0316, or online for more information at t3hairnet.net.
Walker Kessler of Auburn is one of 10 semifinalists for the Naismith Award. LSU's Terry Eason and Kentucky's Oscar Shibwe also finalists, 10 semifinalists for that. Auburn is at Mississippi State tonight, 8 o'clock, SEC Network and the Auburn Radio Network. 6 o'clock for Texas A&M and Alabama, number 25 Alabama over in Coleman, the last home game of the year for the Crimson Tide. Nate Oates likes how his team is trending right now, approaching tournament time in March.
But I think our point guard play is getting better. All four guards really played well. You know, Charles is playing as good a basketball as he's played. So, you know, we've got a lot of guys on the team playing their best basketball. I think that bodes well for winning in March. We just have to get the team bought into keeping our defense at a high level for the full 40 minutes.
Old school logo. You like that logo?
I do like that logo. It's coming back. And
is it now?
Yeah. They're starting to use it more. And the other sports are using it more.
Yeah, I've seen it a lot. I don't think it ever really went away.
Oh, did it not? When I was a kid, though, that was like the main Alabama logo.
Yeah, me too.
In the 80s. Before they went to the angry no-shoulders elephant and they went back to the script.
Did James Sr. have that lucky stripe hat with that in the middle? You know what I'm talking about?
I remember there was a tan hat with that on it. For whatever reason, it was a tan hat.
Coach Bryant wore that in his final game.
Yeah, and it became really popular.
But Lucky Stripe was almost the hat that they had it for every team, college and NFL, and it had for Alabama, it would have been that in the middle with red, and then a big white bar.
I remember that, yeah.
Those were very popular.
In the back. Yep.
I don't remember that one. But what is old is new is old.
You remember Bill Curry then changed it to that goofy-looking hat. Well, they sold a ton of those.
Yeah, the no shoulder was one of the worst logos in the history.
You know what?
They should burn everything that's got that on it.
I always relate Bill Curry his days to the
Parisian sweater.
The black sweater was in for a while.
Yeah, and you could buy it. I think Parisians carried it exclusively.
Yeah, that was a Parisian sweater.
Yeah, it was a big deal, man. They sold a ton of those.
Yeah, did not like that one, but I do like the throwback A, as Ashley, one of our great female listeners. That is the best logo. Bama Crimson, he uses it in his avatar. My favorite logo.
He does. I like the script A. I think it's clean, neat.
I do like the script A too. Yeah. For some, I do like that. Middle of the field, the circle. I feel like I helped design that. So.
Oh, did you? Who did you suggest that to?
Mal Moore one time. Yeah. Because do you remember the one year that they just had the script A in the middle?
Well, and it's all centered.
They didn't have a circle, so it is a leaning A, and you can't put it in the middle of it.
Well,
it
was contributions, man. Yeah. Stuart Scott.
Yeah. I'm not saying they did it because of me, but I just said, if you put it inside of a circle, then you can center the circle, and the A doesn't have to be centered up.
Yeah, because the A was centered, but that centered A made it look off center because of the slant on it. Yeah,
exactly. So now they ended up putting the words in it, which was not my idea.
I bet the guys that paint the field love Dunaway right now. Are you kidding me?
I just wanted the tight circle, just a circle around it.
So they kind of messed it up.
I'm not saying they messed it up.
It is a little busy.
It'd be like and our next round logo here behind us. My idea was just put the A inside of a circle, and then they added all the words in there.
Right.
Now I love our logo. That's the OG. That's Nancy. Nancy came up with that one right out of the bat. Sean's wife. So I appreciate that. But I just mentioned it one day. I said, you see how that bothers me? It's sort of off. Like I don't like Alabama's basketball court right now. I don't like the faded state that's in there and the A's offset.
Yeah, I don't know what started people doing. I think Texas A&M was the first one I can remember. It looked like they spilled lacquer in midcourt. They had a big state of Texas.
Can't stand it.
And a lot of schools do that now.
Can't stand it. I don't know what you would put in the middle. But I always thought the Miami Heat, they've screwed it up now, but for the longest, the Miami Heat had the neatest, tightest court. It wasn't overblown or anything like that. It was just a neat, tight-looking court.
I thought of that.
Good logo, the Heat logo for the center of the court.
I mean, I'm going to sound old white guy, but it's hard to beat the old parquet in Boston Garden we talked about the other day.
I always thought it was a little overrated, but yeah. I always
they had the old peach baskets instead of nets.
I'm not surprised. Dunaway thought that was overrated.
Back in the day, I used to like the Knicks court.
I told my friend at Boston they should make this a parquet court.
I mentioned to him, you know what you should do?
Yeah,
parquet floor. All right, so let's talk a little college football here, and they've got 2 rule changes out. We'll go that route first. That they're proposing. The competition committee. I told you yesterday they were meeting, Steve Shaw and the guys, and they ended up not tackling overtime or player injuries. They're discussing it, but no real rule came out. The 2 biggest rules that came out of discussion are about something that does not bother me ever. It does not bother me ever, and that's length of game. I love college football. I wait for it. I think the season's too fast, and I don't care if we're at a stadium for 3 hours and 52 minutes. I spent all day driving to the game. I want to be at that game. If I didn't want to be at that game, I wouldn't have gone to the game. So 3 hours and 52 minutes or 4 hours does not bother me.
Well,
but they're doing is trying to speed up the game. They're not shortening your commercials.
That's what people don't like.
Yeah.
And you're not doing away with that, by the way.
They're not shortening your commercials.
Yeah.
So they're trying to speed up the game, which is going to be less game and the same number of commercials. So all of you people griping about speeding up the game, they're just going to give you less football. The rules that are proposed is NFL rules. These are NFL rules, and the NFL game is a tight 3-hour game, but it can fly by, especially if your team's down. 2 proposed rule changes. incomplete passes are treated like running out of bounds. It only stops the clock late in the game. It will not stop the clock all the time. It would stop, get the ball set, run the clock. The no pass, hurry up offenses have slowed the games down a little bit, making them seem a little bit longer. They want to go to the NFL rule with an incomplete pass. By the time you gather up the loose football, put it down, you're rolling the clock again. You like it?
I
You
don't.
dislike it?
I don't. Yeah, I know. You're going to have to adjust your Vegas totals too.
Yep, you do.
That is an offshoot of it.
Straight to the gambling, but yes, you do. But as far as you're watching the game, the NFL game, you are a bigger fan than Brown and me of the NFL game. I'm just used to it in the NFL, and I know it's a quick game. But they are pros. I think there are fewer incomplete. I know it sounds crazy. I think there are fewer incomplete passes in the pros than there are in college.
No, you're right. I mean, I think if you look, and I'm just guessing here, but I would say of the 32 quarterbacks, probably 25 completed 64% or more of their passes this year.
That's right. And
fewer plays in the NFL.
And that's what that's because of the clock.
You're running 55 plays.
Yeah, nobody is in a hurry to run it in the NFL. You're going to get X amount of possessions. That's about it.
And we've seen Auburn run 100 before.
Yeah. I mean, it'll happen in college. They try to run it as quick as they can. Nobody does that in the NFL. Yeah. Nobody does it in the NFL.
Yeah.
I mean, most plays in the NFL, they're right up against the play clock.
55 plays, he says. 60 plays.
That's nothing in college.
80 plays.
Oh gosh, yes.
Yeah.
And that's what everybody's doing now.
So they're going to take 20 plays away from your team. I don't want them to take 20 plays away from my team.
This is so tone deaf. Like, people complain about the length of the game. So as you said, they're not going to shorten the commercial breaks. Hey, take it from a group of guys who pay for our house and will pay for our kids' college with commercial breaks. Right? They ain't going anywhere.
That's right. It's part of
it's how we make our living.
Yeah.
It's how we make our living. Okay. Well, it's how college football makes its living. So the commercial breaks. Nobody is going to go to CBS or ESPN and say, "Hey, I know y'all do 3.5. We're going to need that cut back to 2.5." Yep. You know what ESPN's going to say? Well, let's talk about that check we cut you every year too. And so that's not going to happen. All right. So they're going to cut back from the game, and that is so tone deaf. Nobody wants less game; they want less commercial breaks. Well, you're not going to adjust that, so don't adjust anything.
Jay Price blames it on ABC. Others are blaming it on CBS. Listen, I used to think the CBS commercial breaks were longer too, and I used to work for CBS. And then the commissioner, Greg Sankey, started doing the clock at the games. And I don't know if the SEC is the only ones that do it, but we use it in the playoffs too. So every game I go to has the clock that keeps up with commercial breaks, and they're not as long as I always thought they were. They're not as long as I always thought they were.
What's the longest one you see? Because at home, I lose track of it.
I think 4 minutes is the longest one I've seen.
We take 4-minute breaks, but if you're just having to sit outside in the heat, that is a long time.
Yeah, but I never really think about it. I think because I'm at home.
No, there's no doubt because you're at home.
But it's not that long, and it's impossible to get up and go and get in a concession line and buy anything or go to a bathroom in that commercial break. You miss plays. So I understand that you think the commercial breaks are longer. There are a few more commercials on the networks, on ABC and CBS, because they pay more money, or are supposed to pay more money. CBS is about to lose it because they weren't paying more money than ESPN. There are a few more commercial breaks on the network, but the length of them are not as long. The other one is the one that makes college football to me, and that's stopping the clock after the first downs. And this has been one that I've always wanted to stay. And they're talking about taking that away now, not stopping the clock after a first down. And they don't do that in the NFL. But again, you're talking about the greatest football players in the world in the NFL. They can, as we saw Pat Mahomes do, drive and score and run 3 plays in 14 seconds without stopping the clock on a first down, like we do in college. They can do that in the NFL. Those are the best of the best. The average college team can't do that. I like stopping the clock, having a beat, and get up there and get set and go.
I love it because I think it brings a lot more drama in the final 2 minutes of a game.
It does.
Which one, stopping or not stopping?
Stopping,
yeah.
Yep.
I think there's something to it, man, knowing that you've got you've got to get that first down. You can use the middle of the field, but you got to get past that marker.
Yeah, I like them both. I think this is one of those where I'm kind of like, I'd like some uniformity in rules. I like the down by contact rule, the way they use it in the NFL. I'm with you. I wish college would use it.
Yep.
I like a little bit of uniformity in the rules, but this is one of the rules where I think both of them are good.
Yep.
Like the pro game is
kind of like 1 foot down in college is good.
Yeah.
2 feet NFL.
They're better players in the NFL. They ought to have to get 2 feet down.
That's right.
2 feet down, 2 feet. But in the NFL game, there is drama in I got no timeouts. I got to get off a field goal or another play, and I complete a ball 30 yards down the field, and everybody, all 22, are running like their hair is on fire. And you got to get up, get lined up, and spike it. That's fun. But it's also fun knowing that if I complete a 12-yard pass, the clock's going to stop, and it's going to allow me to get into the playoff. I think they're both good.
And there is a set amount of time because they no longer wait for the change to be set.
No, they get
That's
it quick.
old school,
Yep.
waiting for the old guy on the sidelines for the guys to get up
to put the clip on the yard line
and get it set.
They keep it moving.
If you watch during the games, the chains are rarely, ever set anymore. So you end up running those before they're set anyway. It's almost a 7 or 8 second from the time
now
the play is over with, about 7 or 8 seconds for them to get it set.
I mean, if they wanted to speed it up by not stopping it outside of 2 minutes, I guess I'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
But I think under 2 minutes it needs to stop.
I would say
that's the way they adjusted the out of bounds rule years ago.
I would say 4 minutes.
That's fine. Whatever it is. I mean, find a time.
Yeah.
But at some point, you do need to stop it for the college game. The players aren't as good as the NFL guys.
And listen, I'd be okay if it was just final 4 minutes of the game, not final 4 minutes of each half.
Yeah.
If it was just final 4 minutes of the game. I like the end of the game. I'm with LT. I like it to be it builds a little drama.
Yeah.
Builds a little
I
drama.
love seeing those big offensive linemen have to hoof it down the field to get lined up to spike the ball in the NFL.
How many outcomes would have been different on major significant games if you had clock running the entire time?
Oh, there'd be several. I mean, it's limiting possessions. Yeah. I mean, it's harder to make a comeback.
Hey, Van Kiffin's kick doesn't happen, does it?
Mm-mm.
It does not. It does not. Luke, thank you for joining us. New to the show there. Everyone else rolling in here. Did I miss Doug Kyed? Nope, Greg. That is coming up next segment. Had to bump a segment because of Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett
right?
was late for his press conference. I mean, that's no knock on Kenny Pickett. He could have got tied up talking to an NFL team. I don't know, but that's why Doug got him up back.
Needed a smaller mic for those hands, right?
I can't talk into this one.
Tripp says stopping the clock for first downs is in college is an archaic rule that needs to go.
I cannot believe nobody on either level is addressing the fumble through the end zone. It is the worst rule in all of sports.
Okay, later on in the show, let's come back and you tell me why you hate that.
Okay.
And we didn't address down by contact, which I think down by contact should be like it is in the NFL. And we really are just overlooking the faking of the injuries. I mean, we give you one of these in college basketball now.
It's impossible to police.
You cannot police it. I'm with Lance. There's just no good way to do it.
Well, we can. And we just have to not be so soft on if we act like this player's not really hurt and he ends up being really hurt. We just can't kill somebody for doing that.
But that's what's going to happen. I mean, that's what's going to happen. It's why nobody will want to stand up and do this rule.
Well, I would say if you have to stay out a certain number of plays, then we are protecting that from happening.
But you're also encouraging guys to play through injury, so they don't have to miss time.
I think people do that anyway. Bo Nix did it.
They might not, though, if they can come off the field for one play, rest it for a second, and get back on.
Bo Nix did it. Jamison Williams wanted to come back in the game.
And he did. Wouldn't let him.
They wouldn't let him. All right, we'll get a quick break here, and we'll come back and talk to Doug Kyed up at the Combine. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Hemp Hill will give us a lock a little bit later on in the day. They are there to take care of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, LT.
Yeah, the X had a situation yesterday with the hot water and with shower pressure. So I called up Andrew at Hemp Hill. They were out there yesterday afternoon. Look, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to have our friends at Hemp Hill on speed dial, 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill, 205-229-2090.
Last week, I think it was 2nd and 26th day, and my wife was confused on social media. Why is everybody all excited about, 2 226.
Right.
And I had to explain to Devontae win national championship 226 forever or whatever.
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear anything about it.
You didn't know that? Yeah. Yeah. I
Always.
think Alabama fans celebrated on 226.
A lot of Alabama tweets on 226 every year for 2nd and 26. Today, I saw it for the first time. Chase, big Auburn viewer and listener, tweets his 3-2 day, March 2nd.
Oh, Mississippi State and Auburn?
Auburn at Mississippi State in
Yep.
football, and that's where Auburn's playing basketball tonight. So Chase pointing it out that, hey, happy 3-2 day, everybody. Auburn football played Mississippi State football to a 3-2 game.
Brutal game.
In Starkville. More scoring tonight in basketball when they play at 8 o'clock, Auburn and Mississippi State. But happy 3-2 day. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in Gabe Day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online, mycookiedoughmagic.com.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. I've been on their program for only a few weeks now, and yet in that time frame, I've lost over 25 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and hold me and the whole Next Round crew accountable along the way. Visit aplanforme.com to learn more about their program, and then join us in our journey to healthy living, and you can sign up your whole office for the Way to Wellness Weight Loss Challenge at nextroundlive.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Call me old. I hate bad courts too. Royal pain. I cannot watch Oregon basketball on their home court. I just can't do it. Awful. Memphis is awful too. They have that faded blue jean blue on their court there. I totally understand that. Cowan Equipment poll question out. Couple of them out there for you. Brought to you by the great folks at Cowan Equipment.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
If you drop a pair of sunglasses in the ocean, what are your odds of recovering? 65% say less than 10% odds.
I agree with that.
I would too.
Oh.
I think I said 25% actually. 15% agree with me at 25%. 14% say 50%. 6% of you are Jacques Cousteau, old reference. You say 80% are better.
That is unbelievable.
80% are better in the ocean?
I think I've dropped 4 or 5 pairs, maybe recovered 1.
I mean, but my question is, are you on like a cruise ship dropping them in the ocean, or are you?
No, you're just out battling the waves.
I think if you're waist deep, it becomes a massive issue.
Yep.
It gets sucked under.
Yep.
But I mean, it's not like your glasses are dropping to the bottom instantly. You're getting a little float, right?
If we're ever at the beach together, I want to see you try this. We'll just go we'll go to a Tom
Take
Thumb.
off 3 steaks.
No, we'll go to a Tom Thumb. I will bet you a steak you can't do it. We'll go to a Tom Thumb. You get out about teat high.
Ooh, that's close. That's almost over Jim's head. Remember, I'm not a good swimmer.
Well, it's your teats.
And I don't like sharks.
So that's about 3 feet of water for you.
Yeah,
so get out that, let the sunglasses fall off, and I bet you can't recover them.
Can we get
he's got a surprise, Jim. Somebody's got to walk up and slap the back of his head and knock the glasses off.
Can we get Chico or somebody to be on shark lookout with binoculars up on the shore?
I wipe all. If you get attacked by a shark, I'll wipe all the steaks.
Okay, there we go. Done.
That's a no lose.
That's a no lose. And then you got to run 6 laps around the building,
chugging a beer
while bleeding. Let's do our viewing menu here. You've done the polls, right? You have?
Yep.
Okay, viewing menu every day brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Rockstar, tell us what you're watching, then LT will tell us about New Life and our competition.
Do you think that you have the power of over a network to have this kind of a power? Remember when I said last night that was the premiere of the documentary Larry David story?
Yeah.
Yep.
It was supposed to air at 8 p.m. I think by 6 p.m., Larry David called. It's him being interviewed in a documentary style by Larry Charles, one of the co-creators of Seinfeld and everything, and Curb. And Larry David saw the final product and said, I don't like it. Pull it. I want to do it live in front of an audience.
Oh, what?
So
isn't that the way it would actually happen on the Larry David show, though? Or on Curb Your Enthusiasm?
But he saw the interview. I don't know if it was like an hour or two, if it was a multiple thing, but at 6 o'clock, they pulled it saying it will not air. We're going to find a live audience to do this in front of, where he's going to be interviewed by Larry Charles. So that did not show up last night. So to be the last minute on HBO to say that, no, I don't want to pull it.
That is pretty powerful, by the way.
But yeah, I think he is one of the more powerful men out there. I mean, I think it shows you this last season of Curb, which I think you agree with me is the best that they've had.
It has. He's almost untouchable.
But he has pushed the envelope so much. He is the modern day Mel Brooks. And you think about some of the Mel Brooks things that he did back in the day, and there's no way you would think that Mel Brooks would be able to get away with that now. Larry David is getting away with that stuff.
Yeah, but Larry, could he get away with what he does today in 20 or 30 years, which would be interesting. You know what I'm saying? Because Mel Brooks couldn't get away with it
probably
today.
not. I think Larry's the point that he's 72, 73 years old. He doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, he doesn't care.
He got a couple bucks in the bank. Also, you got an episode at 6:30 tonight on Access TV. Top 10 revealed. Songs about the devil.
Running with the Devil.
Devil Went Down to Georgia.
Oh, fantastic song.
Devil Inside.
Oh, there's 3.
Is that in excess?
Yes. Sympathy for the Devil, Rolling Stones.
There's 4.
Yeah.
Friend of the Devil, Grateful Dead.
Are you just reading them now?
I am. I'm just looking on Spotify for Devil songs. Devil Without a Cause, Kid Rock, my personal favorite.
Yeah.
He needs to get political. And then finally, a date night. We got a doubleheader date night for you guys. On 8 p.m. on Mormax, she starts with Fatal Attraction, followed up by Basic Instinct.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
One good, one bad, in my opinion.
In that
Fatal Attraction, good. Basic Instinct,
Yeah, Fatal Attraction was really, really good. I mean, just her performance, Glenn Close as Alex. I mean, she is completely insane.
She is crazy. That's Rockstar's View. I mean, you brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Yeah, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or go to danielmooreart.com. And remember, we're doing a really cool thing right now with our friends at New Life Art. Submit your T-shirt design and win. Go to nextroundlive.com and design our next shirt. We can't wait for that.
All of the Motley Crue fans checking in. Tripp and Maxwell, shout at the devil. Shout. Ah. All right. Brandon Marcello, friend of the show, on here often with a good read today, 24/7 Sports. It is sitting there inside your morning rounds, your top reads at nextroundlive.com. Throw out Appalachian State and Boise State, which are the two winningest programs since 2014, not to have a college football playoff appearance. You've seen this, Brown.
I don't think I would have guessed number 3, the top Power 5. I don't think I would have guessed it.
The top Power 5 team with the most wins since 2014 we started the playoffs that has not been to the college football playoff. Your guess, LT, would be?
Here's the way I'll do it. I will guess based on who I think the next team to get to a college football playoff will be.
All right.
Okay.
And I believe that next team to get there is going to be Wisconsin.
Wow,
Wisconsin is the winningest one not to have gone. 75 wins. App State has 80. Boise State has 76. Wisconsin, the top Power 5, is 75.
My number 2, and I think they've got a good shot this year.
Oh, I don't think we're talking about the same team. This is who I would have guessed number 1.
I would have gone number 2, Utah.
No.
Utah is 8th on this list.
I would have guessed this team number 1. I would have number 1 Power 5. I thought they would have been in front of Wisconsin.
Since 2014, your guess would have been what?
Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma State has 72 wins, right behind Wisconsin, tied with San Diego State, then Memphis. Iowa's 8. Iowa's 7, and then Utah is 8. So of the Power 5s, it's Wisconsin, Oklahoma State, Iowa, Utah, and then Penn State.
Okay, who's that next team for you guys?
Of those 5 teams at the top.
Well, I mean, just the next team to get to a college football playoff. To me, it's either Utah or Wisconsin. I feel pretty good about that.
Let me read a couple more for you. Penn State is 9. Tied for 10th with 65 wins since 2014 is BYU, Florida. Then non-Power 5s, Louisiana Marshall. Texas A&M is tied there, and non-Power 5, UCF. So let's just take from 10 up, all those teams there. That seems realistic.
I think I would actually go Oklahoma State. I think that would be mine, Lance. I thought they would be. I
mean, they were there this year.
I know. I mean, they were right on the doorstep. They would have been in a playoff back in 11. And with the Big 12
losing
both Oklahoma and Texas, I think it'll be Oklahoma State.
For some reason, I agree with LT on Wisconsin.
Well,
he thinks Utah is the next one, but he picked Wisconsin out of the list.
Take it as somebody who's picked Wisconsin, though, to be in the playoff and looked foolish for doing it. Wisconsin annually has an absolutely head-scratching loss.
They do, but they are in a division that usually they can get to the championship game if they can avoid that head-scratching loss, get to the Big Ten championship game and have 60 minutes, most likely against Ohio State, with a win that would take you to the college football playoff.
Yeah, and now as Tripp says, Wisconsin, because they've got a division advantage, which is true, of the Big Ten divisions, they're in the better one to do this. I mean, they're in a division with Northwestern, Nebraska. I do think Iowa's in their division, right?
Yeah, Iowa is. And Iowa's, one of those up and downs. But, I mean, Nebraska, Illinois, Northwestern's been a factor before, but I don't think you really fear them. The only team you really fear is Iowa year in, year out.
Yeah. Outside the top 10, some teams that have not won the most since 2014. Houston's heading to the Big 12. TCU, Toledo, West Kentucky, Air Force. Auburn is down tied for 20th with the most wins.
I was surprised.
Without a playoff since 2014 is what we're talking about.
Yeah, I was surprised in the playoff era that Auburn was that low. If you had said, do you think Auburn's higher than 20th, most all-time wins not to be in the playoff, I would have said, oh, absolutely, they're higher than 20th.
But you got to remember, they fired a coach.
Oh, I know.
They had a bad first year with a coach.
Yeah, I mean, but Gus Malzahn has been the coach for almost the entirety of that playoff era.
But remember, he lost on average, 4 or 5 games.
I know, but still, 62 wins?
Baylor, Miami, and NC State finishes out the list of the Power Five.
I would have thought Auburn had more than 62. That one surprised me.
Yeah, it did me too. We'll make this a poll question on who you think goes first next. But of the winningest program since 2014, some are surprising. I mean, and there's consistency there, LT and Brown, of the group of fives as well, the non-Power Fives. Appalachian State, Boise State, San Diego State, all in the top 4. Memphis, all with a lot of wins. There's a chance one day that one of those teams can put together. I think it would take back-to-back years like Cincinnati.
It does.
It takes 1 year where you're like, man, they should have gotten more consideration. Then the next year you have the right schedule. You beat a team like Notre Dame. All cards fall right, and you can be there. But I think Appalachian State, Boise State, and a little bit Memphis have had enough street cred over the year that they could get into that conversation.
But you guys tell me this, like this year, Napier's final year at Louisiana, that was a really good team. They were 13-1. They were a top 15 team, and they lost their opener to Texas. If Texas, though, would have won the Big 12 and been in a 14 playoff in Louisiana, Texas's one loss is to Louisiana.
So Texas loses to Louisiana.
Yeah, they lose. Louisiana is undefeated.
And
Texas goes to a
12.
14 playoff. I think Louisiana's in, right? It would take one of those special years.
Yeah, I'd take a special year.
You couldn't put Texas in front of Louisiana.
Yeah, I used to always say, what it requires is, for instance, Cincinnati. They got to beat Notre Dame, but then Notre Dame's got to be pretty good.
And they were.
But even if they weren't, the way it played out this year, Cincinnati's probably in either way.
That's right.
There just really wasn't a good option.
So many teams were losing.
That's right. So, maybe I'm not right in saying that, but I've always felt that way as for a Memphis, a Boise, somebody like that. They got to play a big-name team, beat that big-name team, and then that team's got to go on to be good. They can't have a crap year.
Okay, this is a ridiculous hypothetical because Cincinnati was there and they had the back-to-back undefeated years. But, again, if Louisiana would have beaten Texas, Texas somehow beats Oklahoma, they end up going to a 14 playoff. Who gets in, Louisiana undefeated or Cincinnati undefeated? Cincinnati's got back-to-back on the resume, but Louisiana has beaten Texas. Only loss as a Big 12 champion is in.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I think Louisiana would have
I think some of it would depend on who Cincinnati's wins are. Did they beat somebody else good?
Well, I really do like the Sun Belt, though. And I think with what they're getting in there, I think Louisiana, with the teams they play, if they keep winning games, I don't know if they will without Billy Napier. I like the fact that the Sun Belt's a tough league. You got a lot of football playing schools that
Appy State, Coastal Carolina, Louisiana.
Shore's usually good. Louisiana, Georgia State's been decent at times.
Yeah, but still the Americans got more respect.
Right now, but
yeah. But in the future?
We'll see in the future.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they're closer now than they were. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where the Sun Belt goes and where that battle goes between the Sun Belt and CUSA. One more question off of this after I tell you about the University of Montevallo. Great place for your son or daughter to go to school right now. If you've got a junior or senior in high school, they're looking for a place they belong in college. It's Montevallo. The University of Montevallo right there in Shelby County in the central part of Alabama, small liberal arts school. You can send your son or daughter there and they can chase any dream they have. 75 majors and the list is growing. A perfect student to professor ratio that'll help them with small class sizes academically. 14-1, the student to professor ratio there. You can get more details, montevallo.edu. Great place to go play sports. Son or daughter there. 21 men's and women's NCAA Division II funded college sports right there. Great facilities and great scholarships available there. Check out montevallo.edu. Schedule an in-person tour. It is montevallo.edu. My question is Penn State, who is 67 wins since 2014, about 9th on this list, right behind the Iowas and the Utahs, just ahead of the Floridas and Louisianas we're talking about. Do you think Penn State will be rewarded like Michigan was this past year by being patient with James Franklin? Michigan, they sort of held their water with Jim Harbaugh, and he finally delivered. He got him to the playoffs. Penn State, they have been very patient with James Franklin with not getting him to the college football playoffs, but also with him flirting with other schools, whether he's done it or whether the media has done it. His name's been out there every year for other jobs. Penn State's held their water. Do you think they'll be rewarded in the long run for being patient?
I don't, because I am a James Franklin doubter. And now, to be fair, I was a Jim Harbaugh doubter, and he did it. But I think James Franklin's a little bit overrated. I've been one of those that says that. So I'm not 100% sold on James Franklin. So no, I don't think they'll be rewarded.
Yeah, I'm not
rewarded by making the playoff. No, rewarded by contending maybe for a conference championship, winning that division, having 10-win season. Sure, yeah, but making the playoffs, no.
Yeah, look, he's already won a Big Ten and not gotten in the playoffs. That was controversial.
Had 2 losses, though.
But I think it's kind of past it. I said yesterday when we were talking about, what team is slipping in the Big Ten for me, it was Penn State. Brown pointed out the fact the last 2 years they've had a losing record in conference, and they're at least going to be underdogs 3 times this year, at least.
Yeah. What do you think, at Auburn, underdog?
Probably. Yeah, I'm saying at Auburn, I think at Michigan, and against Ohio State. And then there's other spots they could be dogs, but I'm saying for sure. Again, the opener against Purdue is, to me, almost coin flip.
Don't you think, and both of you, I'd love to hear this, don't you think that James Franklin is sort of the Gus Malzahn of the Big Ten, because he's in the division having to deal with Ohio State, which is so consistently good at recruiting and winning and recruiting. And Michigan got in there last year, sort of the LSU, if you will, in this scenario. And Gus was always having to go Alabama, LSU in division, throw in a little Georgia over here. James Franklin's at Penn State. Ohio State's so good. There's Michigan pulling an LSU and jumping into the playoffs. And then there's Wisconsin in the back door here. You have all that happening.
I see your analogy, but Brown, to me, Penn State should be in a better situation. You should own the state of Pennsylvania. I mean, Malzahn was going against Nick Saban in state, a state of, 3 million people. He was also in the toughest division, although the Big Ten East is really good. Still, the SEC West is more difficult. So I think Gus was in a more difficult situation.
I see your comparison.
And traditionally, Penn State has been a better program for the history of college football than Auburn has.
Yeah, but I see your comparison. I mean, you're the coach at Penn State at a difficult time because you're going head-to-head. Now, you're not in state going head-to-head.
Yeah, but you're in division.
You're in division
so
going head-to-head, yeah.
Maps are just lines on paper.
That is so deep.
States are just lines on paper.
Yeah, the map is the actual paper.
Yeah.
States are just lines on paper. Yeah. All right. So, I mean, I see your comparison. If he had been in the other division, maybe he does better. If he had been Wisconsin instead of being Penn State, I think James Franklin's record would have been better. Absolutely.
I mean, I don't think Georgia looks the same if they were in the West.
I agree completely.
The last few years.
Don't disagree at all with you. The West is tougher to get through than the East.
Good read from Brandon Marcello right there at 24/7 Sports. Doug Kyed, Pro Football Focus, still waiting on Kenny Pickett at the NFL Combines, scheduled to be with us now at the top of the hour, 11 o'clock. Rarely do we bump a guy 3 times, but he's getting a little grace because he's working for us at the Combine there, so we'll get a little Doug Kyed coming up at 11 o'clock.
Technically, he's working for Pro Football Focus at the Combine, yes.
Which he has to do
He's
first.
helping us, right.
Yeah, I bet he still eats lunch if we bump him.
Yes, I don't think there's any doubt.
Probably gets there a lot quicker because they're on Eastern time, I guess. When we come back, more of TNR as we keep going forward. Stay with us.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now, you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Before LT tells you about our friends at Precision Sports, couple of things. You saw UAB practicing there in our commercial timeout there. Video of them on the practice field yesterday as the Blazers awaiting their final, whatever ends up happening for their home schedule, but they got to get ready for the season. They did their first of 15 practices there. Also yesterday in baseball, Auburn beat Alabama State 13-7. They're now 6-2 on the year. Alabama loses to Tennessee Martin 7-6. Tennessee Martin gets them. The Tide now 5-4. 3 of those losses to number 1 Texas and now 1 to Tennessee Martin. More baseball today. UAB is down in Auburn. Troy is over in Tuscaloosa. Softball today. Auburn, number 20 in the country at Georgia State. UAB is playing number 2 Alabama over in Tuscaloosa. A lot of basketball tonight. We'll get into that and then talk pro football combines at the top of the hour. But part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at Precision Sports.
Hey, does your shoulder hurt after exercising? Are you feeling sharp pain in the shoulder during that spring cleaning? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they are here to help you. They've got 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make the appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or online, precisionsportsortho.com.
All right, Auburn in action tonight. Bruce Pearl talking about one of the problems that Auburn's had down the stretch here, especially on the road where they've lost 3 in a row, and that's they're making too many mistakes, like too many fouls.
They get the ball inside. They get it inside, and no question that foul trouble will be a challenge for us. And we have fouled too much in league play. Teams are scoring 24% of their points against us at the foul line, and so it's great to be able to block shots and be aggressive defensively, but we've got to be able to do it, without fouling. And then ourselves, we've got to be able to do a better job of getting ourselves to the foul line. So that's a challenge against Mississippi State.
That seems like a high number, Brown, that a quarter of your opponent's points are coming at the free throw line.
Well,
I don't know if it is compared to the rest, but it was enough for Bruce to point it out.
And Justin Hokanson, with On 3 Sports on this show frequently, pointed out on Twitter earlier today, State is 31st in free throws attempted. So they get to the line a lot. Auburn is 301st in opponent free throws. In other words,
giving it up.
They're near the bottom of Division I basketball. So that is a concern on the road against a team that is pretty good in the hump. I think they're 14-2 this season, Lance, if I'm not mistaken, in the hump.
Yeah, 14-3, I think.
14-3, whatever it is. They've won they've won most of their games at home.
7-1 in the SEC at home.
Yeah. So I mean, this is a tough stop for Auburn.
Yeah, and Iverson Molinar is a kid that can take a game over. He is a guy that can go out and he can get you 25. And Garrison Brooks, our former intern, is a guy that can make a difference on the boards. And you look at the last outing, I know it was against a team that is really good on the boards in Tennessee, but Auburn was completely dominated 54-31.
This is Jeff Goodman, basketball guy. He gives us this stat today. LT mentioned earlier, Auburn's lost 3 straight games on the road, and then he points out the 3 previous road games, they trailed by double digits at one point in the game. So their last 6 games, they've either trailed by double digits and come back and won or just lost them outright. So their last 6 road games have not been the precise precision that you get at Auburn at home.
Yeah, what I was going to bring up, Dunaway, your last 3 losses on the road, they're quality teams. Arkansas, who's playing great basketball. Tennessee playing great basketball. Florida, they're a good team, not a great team. But you talk about those other ones, the road game they were trailing in Athens to Georgia.
Barely won that one, 74-72.
Team that has lost 10 consecutive games. Missouri, earlier on the show, Wimp said they should have lost that game.
55-54.
Missouri, not a good team. And then Ole Miss, not a good team.
Yeah. 80-71, they ended up beating Ole Miss. As I remember, that's been a while back. I think Ole Miss jumped out early on them.
There's a reason they're only 3.5-point favorites as the number 5 team in the nation tonight.
Yeah, so it has been a little bit of a struggle on the road, especially when you include the Missouri and Georgia wins that were – some would say some of the worst games Auburn has played this year.
Another big story out there, we're 177 days away from the start of the college football season, but we're a lot closer to the start of the baseball season you would expect. But as sports guys, we're supposed to be outraged today that they are delaying opening day in baseball, but I found it hard for me to really I wasn't really moved one way or the other emotionally by the news yesterday that they did not come up with a settlement. They passed a deadline, and the commissioner of baseball canceled the first 2 weekends of the season. So we're going to play a 156-game schedule over a 162-game schedule. Listen, I'll say this again. 156 games we're going to play. I'm not worried about us playing 156. LT, it was a pandemic. I missed the fans, but we talked about it on our show during the pandemic. One of my favorite baseball seasons of all time was the 60-game sprint for the playoffs.
And maybe because our team's matched up at the World Series, but I agree with you. I think there is too much baseball, and it's kind of a sad state because I don't know about you guys. I remember back in the day when Cincinnati would kick off the season, and I would look so forward to opening day. And, I would always watch the Dodgers on opening day, and now 91 games have been erased. I don't know what they're going to do because – the best and final offer came yesterday, and then it got rejected. So if you've got a best and final offer that gets rejected, what's the next best and final offer?
Well, I think we learned, and a lot of people learned, that the best and final offer is rarely the last offer.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it's the last one, right?
Yeah.
But, Brown, this is historic. This is only the 5th time that we have had games that are actually going to be missed because of a lockout.
But, I think people are a little surprised the way we do our show. I get asked this a lot. And people are surprised when I tell them we really don't discuss before the show where we're going.
Not one time. Hey, there are times we get into a segment, I don't know what we're doing.
Yeah,
next.
so we never sit down and say, okay, first segment we're doing this, second segment. We just don't do that. It's not the way we've ever done our show, and I don't know that we ever will. And when I saw this news yesterday, I'm like you, Dunaway. It didn't bother me one way or the other.
Yep.
Would I prefer them play? Sure. Am I going to get all beat up? They're not. No. But I did wonder how much we'll talk about it. And I literally in the last break thought, we're an hour and 45 minutes in the show and it hasn't even come up. So I guess that shows you how the three of us feel.
Yeah.
We don't care. And I don't. I
care. I like to have it on if I want to watch it.
I'd rather have it, but I'm with you. If, and I think this is an if, they play 156 instead of 162.
I would rather go 5 months, April, May, June, July, and August. Those are the months you play. Basically, we're done with basketball or done with college basketball. We start baseball. It always kind of coincides with that Monday of the national championship anyway. And by the time we get to Labor Day, baseball is done. And we play about 130 games. I'm totally cool with that.
I'm with you on that. Yeah.
Now, obviously, we don't pay the bills, and we don't make the money. The players are losing 6 paychecks or 6 games of financing. They don't get paid for games that are canceled. The owners are missing 6 games at the gate.
But I brought this up to you
TV's going to back
ago.
out 6 games worth of TV out.
Look, I mean, nobody wants to, as you grow in your career, nobody wants to make less money than they made the year before. But Major League Baseball is proposing the league minimum now is like $800,000. I forgot the exact number.
It was almost $1 million.
Yeah, so the numbers are insane now that these guys are making. So even if you had less games, guys are still going to be making $25, $30
I do
million.
laugh at how everybody blames Manfred.
Right.
I mean, there's 2 sides to this.
Yeah, he's just the guy, by the way, has to make a decision at some point.
That's right.
And has to do the news conference.
Yeah.
They were upset yesterday. He was laughing during the news conference. It was jovial.
He was laughing. There was a photo of him practicing his golf swing on the balcony, and people were taking shots at that. But he's become, the villain in all of this. There are 2 sides to this. I mean, the players' union is asking for a lot, too. It's not like they're asking for nothing.
Right. It's all about money this time.
Sure.
And it's oftentimes been about money and, free agency at one time. And there's been things, but this is strictly about money. And listen, the owners make a bazillion. Attendance is up, I believe, in baseball games.
It is.
The perception is it's up. I don't know where we are in the TV ratings, which drives everything now, but everything is up, it seems, for baseball when it comes to the financials, and they just want a bigger cut of it. And I don't blame them for that. But it seems like at some point you say, all right, this time around we got this much. Next time we'll try to get a little bit more.
Yeah.
And go play and don't miss paychecks.
I just thought it was weird, though, that everybody just – and I guess Manfred becomes the face of this, and you don't blame the players because you like the players. You don't know the owners.
We've all wanted raises before, and if we wanted a 20% raise and the company was offering us a 5% raise, at some point if they gave us a 10% raise, we were like, 10% is better than what we're making. We'll take that.
Yeah.
Let's keep getting a paycheck.
Yeah, I mean, there's just deep. I mean, just reading here, luxury tax thresholds and rates, new bonus pool for pre-arbitration players, minimum salary arbitration.
None of that
club
matters.
revenue sharing
None of that matters to me.
formula.
Yeah,
I know
that matters to me.
Doesn't, I mean,
I know.
But now what I think a lot of people, the casual fan, doesn't realize is we're on day 91 of this.
Yeah.
So this has been discussed now for over 3 months.
Yeah, day 91, but you don't really get talking until money starts being kept away from the owners and from the players, and that's about to start happening in 30 days from now. When we come back, hopefully to the Combine, to talk to Doug Kyed, he'll be with us, Pro Football Focus. Trash is up, and Todd Fuhrman later on. This is the next round, brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. Hey, the folks at Bud Light, they worked 10 years to design the product you see behind us a lot. Is called Bud Light Next. 0 carbs, 80 calories. Bud Light Next has a light body, super crisp taste for easy drinking. It is perfect for the golf course, the pool, the lake, the ocean, even when you're looking for your sunglasses. Bud Light Next, available now wherever you buy beer.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook. When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
That bothers me too. We start another hour right here. Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford behind the glass. LTD&B in front of you here as we keep rolling along. Wimp Sanderson earlier. Todd Fuhrman from the desert later on. This hour of the show always brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Let's get an NFL Combine, NFL up. What a busy day in the NFL on the newswire yesterday, and most of it came from the Combine because everybody's talking there, but it had little to do about the draft. This could be one of the craziest free agent signing periods in NFL history.
And Doug Kyed covers the NFL for PFF, Pro Football Focus. At Doug Kyed on Twitter is where you find him. He's with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He finally found Kenny Pickett. What's up, Doug? How are you?
You know what? I did not find Kenny Pickett, but I bailed on Kenny Pickett for you guys. I was happy to do it.
Don't do that.
Don't
do that. Go find Kenny.
After waiting an hour and a half for Kenny Pickett, I had enough. You know?
Okay.
At a certain point, you reach your limit for Kenny Pickett.
Apparently, Doug, it's hard to keep a watch on your wrist when you have small hands. The watch just slides right off the wrist, right?
Is there a chance his hands are so small?
True.
His hands are so small he couldn't turn a doorknob? He can't open the door. He's trapped in a room in Indianapolis? Somebody save Kenny Pickett.
Hey, Doug, I am a Kenny Pickett fan. I don't know where you stand on him. There's 324 draft prospects there in Indy. He's obviously one of those guys that will work out tomorrow with the receivers and tight ends. Is he, to you, the most intriguing quarterback prospect out there?
You know, it's really tough with this class. I wouldn't say so. I think the most intriguing quarterback prospect to me would probably be Malik Willis, just because he's got the best tools. He's, the fastest guy. He's got the biggest arm. Obviously, some of the fundamentals and the accuracy aren't quite there yet for him at this point, but I think he was the most impressive quarterback at the Senior Bowl, which I was at down in Mobile. And we'll see how he does throwing tomorrow. He's not going to run at the Combine, which is a little bit disappointing because I definitely wanted to see his 40 time. But I think that, it's a weird class because they're all really kind of bunched together. And I'm not sure if, I think Kenny Pickett could be, one of the more pro-ready guys, but the hands thing is kind of real. He kind of struggled to throw in the rain in Mobile. So I think that there is something he still has to prove there.
I'm interested, Doug, because you've done this a while now. It seems like we're evaluating and drafting QB2s at best. Do you think there's really a long-term NFL starter in this class at all?
I think that there could be one. The issue, though, like I just mentioned, is that I don't think that we know who that guy is going to be. Like it very well could be Malik Willis because of all the tools that he has, but there's also a chance that he could kind of bottom out and not work at the next level. I know that people like Desmond Ridder quite a bit. It could wind up being Desmond Ridder, could wind up being Kenny Pickett. Sam Howell is definitely in that same echelon or caliber too. So I think that teams will be drafting these quarterbacks hoping that they hit on the right guy, but it probably depends largely on fit. It probably depends largely on, which team actually drafts them, what the coaches are, everything. I know this isn't an overly helpful answer, but it is kind of the consensus whenever I talk to people that, one of these guys is going to hit. It just depends on who it is, and no one really seems to know that at this point.
Doug Kyed covers the NFL for PFF, Pro Football Focus. You can follow him on Twitter at Doug Kyed, at PFF on Twitter. For Pro Football Focus. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Rarely does a 44-year-old quarterback dominate a lot of conversation at the Combine, but Tom Brady did that. I mean, Bruce Arians was asked about it. We agree here, and we like Bruce. He's been on our show. He gave the smart answer. It would be bad business just to let him do whatever he wants to. But are we talking too much about Tom Brady? Do you get the feel that this is even being considered by the Brady camp?
I do think it's possible that he could come back. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. I thought that the retirement was odd. I thought the timing of it was odd. I think the manner in which he did it, just announcing it on Instagram days after it had been reported that he was going to retire, was odd. I think that there could be something real to the whole 49ers rumors, but that, Bruce Arians kind of threw water on that, like you guys were saying.
Wow.
But that was weird. Did
that
you
was
hear
scary. It was a scream, and then we lost his phone.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
I mean, we've got the NFL Network on, so if something legit happened, we would have seen it, right?
I think he has been the most difficult guest in our history to get on.
Well, it's not his fault. I'm blaming Kenny Pickett, but that's crazy.
We finally round him up, and then he gets evaporated.
I know.
I mean, should we really call him back, though, Rockstar?
I just let it go.
I mean, that sounded like a disaster, like something bad had happened.
I am intrigued to see what happened.
Yeah, I would like to text him and make sure he's okay. If we can do that.
Well, that's what people are saying. Make sure he's okay.
Yeah. The Brady camp shut the answer down.
Kenny Pickett probably heard your jokes and attacked him.
Yeah. We were a little hard on Kenny Pickett, I would say.
Well, then he put something in his hand, though.
So he's getting scratched by little small claws right now?
He shot him.
Attacked by a Chucky doll.
No, Doug's texting me. You want to call him back? We'll call him back. All right.
It's like
Kenny, do you have the number, Rockstar?
Does a pen look like a banana in his hand?
Kenny Pickett's trying to get the doorknob, but he can't get his hand around it.
He's got one of those Saturday night specials shooting people. Man, if Kenny Pickett,
he'd be great though. You ever drop the phone in your seat in the car?
You can never.
And
get
your
it.
hand's too big. I mean, Kenny Pickett can slide right in there.
You know who I called last night by accident? I was searching for sending some people some contacts.
Hugh Freeze.
And I was close.
Rob Snyder.
Josh Maxson.
From Alabama. How is he
SIDM.
close to Hugh Freeze?
I don't have many people on my phone.
All right, Doug is safe. Everybody, he's back with us. There was like a yell in the background, then you disappeared, Doug. So we were worried about you.
No, I'm fine. That was a strange situation. There's chaos here in Indy at times.
Okay. All right.
But everyone's safe. You're okay.
All right.
Yes, everyone's safe. We're all good. No, absolutely. Yeah, I don't know why I wound up disconnecting with you guys, but the timing of that I can understand was suspect.
Yeah. In our Farmfolio chat room, one person writes, Tom Brady's people shut down his answer.
That's right.
Another person is he dropped his phone in a small space, and now we're waiting on Kenny Pickett with his small hands to come get the phone for him.
No.
Hey, Doug, another story that bumped outside of the combine was Saquon Barkley, a guy that was so dominant his rookie season out of Penn State, and he just can't stay on the field. How legitimate do you think it is that the Giants actually get rid of Saquon Barkley?
I mean, I think it's a possibility. I think that any time that you've got, a GM and coaching change, it makes it easier to make those decisions and move on from players who were highly drafted. So ultimately, I think that with really any trade, it's more likely that it doesn't happen than that it does. But like I said, I mean, if Joe Shane, if Brian Daboll decide that, they can get better value for Saquon Barkley than what they feel that he can provide on the field, then I think it makes sense. He has been in disappointment. And if someone out there does actually still believe in Saquon Barkley to be that player who was once drafted in the top 5, then, yeah, I think it could certainly make sense to swing that deal.
I'm a Buccaneer fan, so I'm post-Brady fan now. I want Jimmy Garoppolo. Am I stupid wanting Jimmy Garoppolo in Tampa?
No, I don't think so. I actually think that, Jimmy Garoppolo is a little bit unfairly maligned. I think that, for some reason he gets more criticism on the internet, on Twitter, than other quarterbacks do for making the same decisions and making the same throws that he does. So I think that out of some of those quarterbacks who are available, I certainly don't think that he would be the worst option. I think that you could probably, continue the Brady offense with a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo. I think that would be fairly valuable for the Buccaneers. But no, I mean, I can understand wanting to aim higher, someone like, Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson, but those are pipe dreams. They're probably not going to happen. So if your decision comes down to Kyle Trask and Blaine Gabbert or Jimmy Garoppolo, even if you have to give up something for Jimmy Garoppolo is the better option there.
Let me set this up by letting you know something these guys know. I don't like Aaron Rodgers. I've never been a fan. I respect him. I think he's an incredible quarterback, but I think he is selfish. I think we saw it last year. I think we're seeing it again.
You called him greasy yesterday.
He does look a little greasy. Doug, I do think he needs to wash the hair a little bit more than once a week. But outside of that, how do you think this ultimately plays out? Where does Devontae end up? Where does Aaron Rodgers end up? And what's the timeline on this?
I think that Aaron Rodgers winds up back with the Packers. I think that that'll probably happen relatively soon. Aaron Rodgers said that he was going to make the decision early during the offseason. We're running up into the deadline of the franchise tag, which is March 8th. So, maybe he makes the decision by March 8th so that the Packers can decide whether or not they're going to franchise Devontae Adams. The next deadline after that would be March 16th, the beginning of the new league year. But, yeah, I do expect him to return. I expect him to get a big contract from the Packers and for things to be kind of normalized down there in Green Bay again. And if he's back, and I think that they're going to do everything that they possibly can, to get Devontae Adams back in there as well. And if they have to franchise tag him to start with and then, deal with working out a longer-term contract after that, then I think that makes sense. But, I think that they're going to try to run it back as much as they possibly can with the Packers, even if they have to do some some salary cap, maneuvering similar to the way the New Orleans Saints have handled it in recent years, or the way the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did to get Tom Brady and everyone back this season. So, no, I think he'll be back, and I think they'll be competitive again next season.
All right, go follow Doug on Twitter and Instagram at Doug Kyed, Kyed, Doug Kyed, and read him at PFF. And they are on Twitter as well, at PFF Pro Football Focus. Doug, thank you, man, so much for the time. We greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely. And I apologize for both the delay and the technical difficulties, the screaming in the background. This was not my best performance, but I appreciate it.
We'll give you an encore at some point. It's fantastic.
Good luck in chasing down Kenny Pickett. Yeah. He's probably doing the Whopper commercial right now.
Go get Kenny. Yeah. Thank you, Doug. Take care. Doug Kyed. Doug Kyed with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
I mean, he would be perfect for them to crank up the old Whopper commercials. His small hands, he could play into it. Have small hands on the Whopper commercial.
I love Zach at the Farmfolio literally 1 hour ago, the next round, saying, I don't understand why everybody picks apart our pictures. Now, doing a drive-by on Kenny Pickett. That's true.
When do people pick apart our pictures?
Well, when our knees were touching in the pool picture, it was me that said it.
I think everything's fair game. We pick everything apart.
Yeah, we can pick us apart all the time.
We pick everything apart.
Yes.
Where are you guys on Kenny Pickett?
I really don't know. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
The
NFL doesn't know. He's got small hands.
We got that.
There is not a quarterback in this draft that'll be starting for an NFL team 5 years from now.
You do not know that. The NFL doesn't know
I am willing to say that Kenny Pickett will start in a playoff game before the Bucs have another quarterback starting in a playoff game.
Kenny Pickett will start in a playoff game before a Bucs quarterback starts.
Ironically, the Bucs will end up drafting Kenny Pickett, and we'll call it a wash.
If it happens, we'll call it a wash. I will be the biggest small hand Kenny Pickett fan. We'll have the same hand size, and I'll be a Kenny Pickett fan if he's a Buck. So you're telling me the bet would be Kenny Pickett has to start a playoff game, or the Buccaneers play in a playoff game again?
Yeah.
Any quarterback?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't foresee us making the playoffs and having to start a running back.
And here's what I'm banking on. Kenny Pickett gets lucky, and he either goes to the Commanders or he goes to Pittsburgh.
The Commanders sell. When you first said that, I was like, USFL, Lance?
I know. I'm trying to condition myself away from the Redskins.
Well, it's hard not
I wish
to do
they
it.
were still the Washington Redskins on record. Just got to say that I wish they were the Washington Redskins. But if the Commanders get him or Pittsburgh, I think he has an opportunity this year.
I'll take that stake bet. Hit the lights, Forrest Forrester. So I've got the Buccaneers basically just making the playoffs again before Kenny Pickett
starts
a playoff game. I will take that. I mean, there are people still
struggling
to start a playoff game.
Your division is a ratty division. I mean, I saw somebody projecting Deshaun Watson to the Bucs. I mean, that's an easy stake win for you right there. Garoppolo to the Bucs, easy stake win.
Well, I mean, we're losing a lot of other people than just Tom Brady.
But if Kyle Trask is your starting quarterback next year, that seems like an 8-9 team to me.
Well, if you win 8 or 9 with Kyle Trask, and that's exceeding expectations. Bruce Arians did say, we addressed quarterback last year in drafting Kyle Trask. Does anybody really believe that?
No.
I mean, they're shopping.
I don't know. You guys.
He was a good college quarterback.
Kyle Trask was really good.
He was.
The offense was not a problem on that team that ended up losing 4 games.
So you mean to tell me you think a guy who never started a game in high school, never would have started a game in Florida if a guy hadn't gotten hurt, is the answer at quarterback in Tampa?
He was a Heisman finalist. I mean,
he was, but he only got to start in
because
Florida
Felipe
because
Franks
Felipe Franks got hurt.
But I watched him play.
Yeah.
He was much better than Felipe Franks.
But he was throwing to Kadarius Toney, who the Giants refused to trade.
I get it.
Kyle Pitts, who the Falcons traded everything to get.
Well, he's going to have good receivers in the NFL, too.
I mean, Mike Evans is going to be there. I don't know what Chris Godwin's future is. He's probably not.
We should franchise
Tyler Johnson is going to get better and better out of Minnesota coming into year 3. I mean, you've got weapons. He's throwing to NFL guys now.
Yeah. Maybe. Does anybody in the Farmfolio chat room think Kyle Trask is an answer at quarterback for any NFL team?
I thought he was pretty good against Alabama in that SEC championship.
I mean, we live in a world where
that was a dominant Alabama team.
We live in a world where we're doubting Tua Tagovailoa can get it done in the NFL, but we expect Kyle Trask to.
College is not always indicative of what the pro quarterback is.
My opinion is in the minority. I'm saying, again, I brought up 8 and 9 with Kyle Trask. I'm not saying he's going to be an elite quarterback. I think he's a better option than Blaine Gabbert.
Riley says Kyle Trask is greater than Kenny Pickett. I'd almost go that route.
I don't.
Well, he was in college, but again.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that.
That's no indicator.
1 year. I Again, Kenny Pickett had one big weapon. Kenny Pickett, much more athletic than Kyle Trask.
Kyle Trask played tougher competition than Kenny Pickett.
But Kyle Trask had more around him.
He had more around him. I mean, that's why this is so difficult to do. It's why when you say, is Kenny Pickett going to start? None of us know. The NFL doesn't know.
Paul says
the NFL doesn't know if he's going to be a great quarterback.
Only quarterback in this class that'll be worth a damn is Malik Willis. I mean, my goodness.
Boy, he had a shaky year this year.
Yeah. When he became the focus of everybody had tape on him at Liberty. They had a year off season to prepare for him. They were ready for him
had
this
some
year.
really good games. Had a great, I guess it was second half against UAB. Had moments this year, but based on the one loss in 20, 4 losses this year.
You know, what you said about Kyle Trask, Josh Allen got one offer out of high school. One. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL right now.
He is. And he went to North Dakota State.
He went to Wyoming.
Yeah, where did Tom Brady get drafted?
Well, he got drafted in the 6th round.
I get so tired of hearing that.
Well, it's true. The Patriots passed on him 5 times.
He played at Michigan and won the Orange Bowl.
He did. And even the team that he led to a billion Super Bowls passed on him 5 times.
Brooks says they're trusting Mullen's background with producing NFL quarterbacks.
Well,
thinking he'll be Dak.
It has not been bad. Alex Smith was a good NFL quarterback.
Good quarterback.
Dak Prescott's been a really good NFL
Alex
quarterback.
Smith, Alex Smith in his prime,
if
you
he didn't
guys
get
are
hurt.
back in the postseason next year.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate all the feedback over there. And Riley's right. Nobody's talking about Matt Corral.
I mean, it's not going to blow me away if he's the best out of this class.
It would not. See, that's me, Brown. Of anybody in this class, Matt Corral to me interests more than what does Malik Willis do that Matt Corral doesn't do?
I don't know.
I don't think anything.
Look, I think Sam Howell's had his moments. Wasn't good this year, but was really good a couple of years ago. I'm just saying if I am betting one of these quarterbacks, I go Kenny Pickett, probably because he had the best year of any of these guys.
How did you feel about Baker Mayfield at Oklahoma?
I loved Baker
Mayfield
at
Oklahoma. Who didn't? Yeah. Did you like Baker Mayfield at Oklahoma?
I said before he was projected number 1, I think this guy will go number 1 overall. So,
I love the fact that the Browns picked him. I've liked him all the way through. Love his commercials. I've liked him all the way through the NFL.
But the commercials are the best part of his
That's the best part of his career.
But just last year, it just seemed to feel different with his teammates, and that's what you have to look at. Right?
Well, I mean, there are a lot of factors, but I'm just saying nobody watched Baker Mayfield at Oklahoma was like, I don't really like the kid.
But I'm not going to be surprised if Baker Mayfield comes out this year and the Browns are a playoff team. They win 12 games.
You also wouldn't be surprised if they're below 500 and they don't renew his contract.
Will not.
And he becomes a free agent.
Will not.
Or they trade him. I mean, that's the NFL.
Maybe he goes to Tampa.
Would you take Baker Mayfield?
Right now, if something weird happened and Tampa gave up a 2nd-round pick to bail them out of whatever they've got committed to Baker Mayfield, I think I'd be excited about that.
I think it's a better option than Kyle Trask, but it's sight unseen in the NFL with Kyle Trask right now. But I think it's a better option.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Wayne's. The weather, how good is the weather?
Jimmy, it's awesome.
I went for I won't call it a run.
Fast walk.
A slow jog and a walk yesterday outside in the beautiful weather. And then I was up at Sanford doing an interview with CBS 42 as the sun was setting on, I don't know what they call that golden dome they have on the campus at Sanford, but just a beautiful setting of it. It was just a perfect weather day yesterday. And that means it's time to get outside, and Wayne's is ready to get outside.
Why were you walking anywhere at Sanford? What were you doing yesterday?
I went for my slow
on
jog
the trail
on
down
the
there?
trail.
On the Lakeshore Trail?
I used to do that all the time on TV. I like that trail.
Looking in a classroom and they saw him, he had to quickly walk out of there.
Where are the aerobics?
Listen, if you want
the hot aerobics,
if you want your yard to look fantastic this spring and summer, it's time to act right now. I'm going to clap for emphasis. You call Wayne's, have that barefoot good summer yard, and right now with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement, you get 1 month free when you use our code TNR for the next round. It helps us and it saves for you. Let Wayne's create your happy place. Call 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES and the number 1. Offer code TNR for the next round. It gets you a month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. You only pay for 11 months when you use code TNR at 866-WAYNES-1.
All right. When we come back, Brownie.
Yeah, Jim.
One football stat that made my head, that emoji where the top of your head comes off. It made that happen yesterday. I'll give that to you, and then LT's got trash. It is next.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
If you missed Johnston RV Center's big Decatur and Coleman RV shows, don't worry. Johnston RV Center will continue the RV sale through Saturday, March 5th at both locations. Same great deals, huge selections to choose from, and special financing available. It is your time to buy now and save. And as always, a lifetime warranty on all new RVs. In Coleman, off I-65, exit 304, and in Decatur, just off exit 334. For more information, visit johnstonrvcenter.com.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis with the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
High Point Properties specializes in creating beautiful acreage home sites around the Birmingham area. They currently have land tracts in the Helena area ranging from 3 to 43 acres. These properties offer creeks, hardwoods, and beautiful mountain views, only minutes from city conveniences. You can buy now and build later. Call Wes at High Point Properties today to view these properties. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit hpprop.com. That's hpprop.com.
Trash is coming up. This hour of the show brought to you by Champy's world famous fried chicken. It's lunchtime now on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Great chicken, fried, grilled if you want it. Chicken on a stick with the peppers and onions grilled right there or fried right there with it. The tamales, Mississippi Delta recipe, all the great food, great desserts as well. You can get a cold beer there. Blues Brews and Bird. ChampiesChicken.com, ChampiesChicken.com. I don't understand LT's neighbor over there. How scared has done away of sitting in his recliner at home.
We are always out doing stuff. I think that's what he's saying. I mean, you are always on the go.
That's funny. Yeah, you really are, man. I mean, you do not like sitting at home.
I'm debating on going to the basketball game tonight.
No, you'll be there. You're not debating at all. You'll be there 100%.
I thought, the older people get, the more people want to stay at home. At least that's what I always heard, and that's the way I feel now.
Well, I just don't want to die.
Okay.
I don't want to die.
You're alone in that one.
How does walking fast at Sanford keep you
I
from
will
dying?
tell you this. I think you've got a better chance of dying out and about than you do sitting
in your
recliner.
You're safest in your recliner, probably.
I don't think so. I think as long as you move around, I mean, for an old guy.
I mean, do you have a lot of drive-bys in your neighborhood?
I don't, but for an old guy, I mean, compare me to the president of the United States.
John Kennedy was on the move when he got killed.
He was, but I moved pretty good for an old guy. I mean, I don't walk like an old guy yet.
I mean,
Joe
Biden's got like 25 years on you.
Yeah.
Come back and let's see you in 25
What
years.
does that have to do with sitting home watching Netflix?
I'm just saying, I'm moving around, man. I'm moving around. I still listen to, really good music, and I go to concerts and festivals. I glow stick that thing.
Glow stick that thing.
Oregon lost a DB last night. 4-star DB Jalen Davies is leaving. He's a Mater D guy. Is that how you say that? The high school?
Mater D.
It's a maitre d', right?
Yeah.
He's a maitre d' guy.
Mater D if you grow up in the mud puddle.
If we were doing that little Cars animation, maitre d' is what he would be. Yeah. Well, what's
Mater Day?
Mater Day. He's a Mater Day guy. So there's the debate of whether that 4-star DB will end up at USC as well. And Harvey Hall passed away, one of the great Mississippi State players, a 4-year letterman, about the time you just become a 4-year letterman. He played 73 to 76 for Mississippi State back when it was hard to go to a bowl game. He led Mississippi State to a win over North Carolina in the Sun Bowl. He passed away at the age of 66, and we send our thoughts and prayers out to the Mississippi State family who is mourning his loss there. All right, trash is coming up, and then I got the stat before we get to trash that blew my mind yesterday. It'll give Lance a chance to bring up his favorite person, I believe. But first, Rockstar is going to tell us about his guy, who is Adam Mestre.
When I'm out moving around, I like to talk to Adam Mestre at MD Realty. Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make it to house calls.
Yeah, I mean, you guys jump in with what you're saying in the Farmfolio chat room with that T-shirt competition. Glow stick that thing would be a good T-shirt.
Yeah, I kind of like that one. Glow stick that thing. Kellen says, I just don't want to die. With Dunaway on it.
I just don't want to die. Here's the stat. You ready?
Yep.
Brandon Marcello yesterday. Every number one recruiting class from 2011 through 2020 has played for a national championship. So Texas A&M is on the clock.
Yep.
So every number one recruiting class that would have started 3 years before the playoffs, 2011 on, has played at least for a national championship. Texas A&M had it this past year.
Well, normally you've got to win a conference to get there. You've got to get to at least a college football playoff. So they will be the first that will not.
They will be the first that will not. But everyone has done it since. So the path to making the playoffs and playing for a national championship starts with having a number one recruiting class. It's happened since 2011. Thought that was a mind-blowing stat.
Again, if it's all about legitimate players, there's no excuses for Jimbo Fisher. There are people out there, I think you agree, that this guy's a borderline elite coach. If he's a borderline elite coach and you've got the best players, how do you not win championships?
No,
you're right.
He's got a clock now. He's got 3 years to get this number one recruiting class not only to the college football playoffs, but to the national championship. But the college football playoff would be a good start, and the clock is ticking in College Station officially now. All right, Rockstar, let's do trash. Hit the big button.
it because of... This is my mom. Hold on. I'm trying to work right now. You over there calling my phone. This is D'Angelo. You can say hi. And don't be holding up traffic because you got cars behind you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, everybody knows money does not grow on trees, but that doesn't mean it isn't growing beneath the floorboards of your house. With a cash-out refinance, you can use your home for whatever requires funding in your future. All you need is the home equity to back it up. Mortgage Right's team of experts standing by to offer you a free home health checkup. Head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239. It finally sank.
The Titanic?
Nope.
Oh.
Officials say the cargo ship carrying thousands of luxury cars sank to the ocean floor after 13 days afloat.
Oh, the one that was abandoned and it was finders keepers?
Yep.
Did anybody try to
Just
get out
if
there?
the Titanic could have made it 13 days.
Hey, you know what happened, by the way? It was on the move.
It was.
It was. But listen, if you, and again, to reset the story.
So there was a fire on the ship. The crew abandoned the ship. The fire was extinguished, I think.
Yeah, so 650-foot long, 60,000-ton cargo ship. It had Porsches, Bentleys, and Audis. It sank Tuesday in the mid-Atlantic with vehicles on board. Now, good news for Porsche customers in the U.S. They are expected to be contacted by their dealers, receive replacements in the near future. Don't have any idea about the Bentleys and the Audis. The cargo ship first caught fire February 16th. Authorities haven't confirmed the cause, but lithium batteries used in electric vehicles could be to blame.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Ship was carrying 2,200 tons of fuel, 2,200 tons of oil, causing officials to fear it would cause ocean pollution. Now, Portuguese Navy said in a statement that only a few pieces of wreckage and a small patch of oil were visible when the ship went down. Tugboats broke up the patch with hoses.
So basically, by maritime law, which I did not know this, if a ship is completely abandoned, the contents of said ship become basically finders keepers.
Yeah, we should have, or if we'd had the right kind of boat and equipment, instead of trying to save all of them, we should have just each gone out there and gotten us one car off of the thing.
I'm sure that would have been that easy. Yep.
Yeah.
What if you
Pick
just
a
would've
Porsche or a Bentley or an Audi?
Would you like this one, sir?
Yeah.
What if you would have sent every neck from Lake Martin on their pontoon boat?
Yeah.
Just to attach to it and just drag it in.
Well, I mean, eventually that's going
Like a
to
tugboat.
instead of trying to save the boat and all the merchandise, just get a crane and just pull off one.
Yeah.
So noise complaints are up in New York City. Do you guys want to guess why?
Because people are back outside after the pandemic and parties are going on.
No, Dunaway, this is one thing that you're not going to be able to do outside on the go. They say a wave of, quote, sex mayhem has apparently been sweeping New York City, prompting residents to lodge a number of increasing noise complaints to a government helpline.
Well, that's why I get out of my recliner. That's never happening in my recliner.
Now, New York is no stranger to noise complaints. New Yorkers file as many as 75,000 a month. But new 311 call data obtained by Patch has revealed that many recent complaints arise from those disturbed by neighbors' late-night ventures.
I mean, Brown, you have 7 million people, 10 million people living
on 75,000 a month seems excessive.
But you have 7 million people living on top of each other.
A little island.
Yeah, on top of each other.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're right. That's a lot of people. But
almost everybody has somebody below them and above them.
How about
and
this?
not just having sex.
Just in a 10-day window here, from February 9th to the 19th, 277 complaints about noisy sex. Queens produced the most with 103.
Yeah.
Manhattan had 66, while Brooklyn produced 55. The Bronx had 48.
But I am 45 years old. I have never even considered calling the police about noise. Have you guys ever even come close?
One time I was staying at, and this is years ago, it was with the ex. We were staying at the W in the Quarter in New Orleans, and the people next to us were banging so hard and so much, and it was all hours for the first day.
Yeah.
Like, we'd go shopping, go for a couple of drinks, come in, banging nonstop. We would go to dinner, come back, banging nonstop. Middle of the night, I finally had to get another room. I had to move out of the hotel.
My wife.
Oh, I thought it would be like throwing up. It would make you want to start as well.
Oh my God.
Jeez. My wife had to. We were. I'll tell you where we were staying.
Let's copy and paste that bad boy.
You try to outdo them, right?
Go ahead, Brown. No. It's time for me to shut it down. Check it out.
My wife, I know where we were staying. We were at a Braves Nationals game. We were staying at the Omni, and the room next to us had some party going. And my wife just got up and went next door and said, you got to shut it up.
Oh, that's so dangerous, Jen Brown.
How's that dangerous?
You don't know who's next door.
Well, it's people having a party.
Yeah, could have been.
Well, she went and knocked on the door and told them, shut it up. We're trying to sleep in here. And they did, to their credit.
Yeah,
could have been Russian nationals.
I had to do that. I stayed at a really nice place when we went for SEC championship. And the people were having like a shower at 7 in the morning.
A baby shower?
I thought I told you guys that. I thought I might have talked about it on the air.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, I remember now.
You told me on the air.
Yeah, and I called and called and called. And I finally, once I started really beating on that adjoining door, they dispersed. Yeah. So, yeah.
Get out of here.
I don't know, but people are having a lot of sex in New York.
Again.
According to a recent survey of 2,000 smartphone users, 6 out of 10 people say they find they couldn't quote, cope with being separated from their phones for one day. Now, the survey was commissioned by HMD Global, home of Nokia phones. Conducted by one poll, found that 55% of people that responded to the poll agreed that their smartphone losing power is a, quote, nightmare scenario.
Oh, it happened to me for the first time in forever in the middle of the hockey game.
Oh, in Nashville?
Yeah, because I didn't drive up, so I didn't have my phone on charge to give that little extra charge while you're driving down the road. And it ran out in the middle of the game, and it really bothered me. There were a lot of things I wanted to tweet out
I know.
during the game.
A lot of Instagram you missed, right?
Yep.
Mom of 2 says people threaten to call social services because of her massive eyebrows.
Oh, Rockstar's got
Sammy
photos.
Joe Halford, 27 years old, has painted on huge brows with liquid liner for almost a year. She has since been trolled online and laughed at in the street, but insists that her quote,
shut up. That's
bigger
not
the
real.
brow, bigger the boy.
That's not true.
Something tells me she's wanting attention. I can't tell.
I believe she's miscalculated her saying there. Bigger
What
the
does
brow,
she
bigger the
outline
boy.
the lips with, too?
Wow, that is a weird look.
She could actually be somewhat attractive.
That's what
if
I'm
you did
saying,
a lot of work with her.
What do you mean somewhat? She's really attractive.
She was like the ultimate warrior.
We got to take all that shit off her face, though.
Yeah.
My gosh.
Very prominent eyebrows.
Those are prominent, Rockstar.
That's a
one
lot
way
of
of putting it.
Sharpie.
It's like Jackson Dart. He paints his face up.
What's she got working with that tattoo?
That
Is it like a mermaid meets a snake?
Like a flame.
It does look like a body of some sort.
It looks like she's in the medical industry.
Well, she goes on to say, quote, people have said I shouldn't be a mom because they are going to ring social services because of my eyebrows. It gets really extreme on the internet. They can call social services because I've got nothing to hide. My eyebrows don't determine whether I'm a good mother or not.
I mean, that's technically true, I think.
It's true. It looks like it's been redacted. Like she's going to a court case, and they don't want people to see what's under her eyebrows.
No, it almost
What her
like
expression is.
it's almost like a paint roller on her face, right?
They used the wrong brush.
Yeah, those are large.
Yep. I don't understand why they're having to outline her lips because it's like, here's my lips.
But
Then she paints
them
then
normal.
it paints them the color of her skin.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's weird.
She can shag fly balls in the middle of a doubleheader, though.
I bet her,
It's upside down.
her pillowcase
Still
looks
work.
rough.
Oh, you think? Paint all over it?
Okay, here are some facts about birthdays.
All right.
People born in October are more likely to live up to 100 years old.
Huh.
Oh, wow.
Whereas people born between March and July are least likely to reach 100.
Tequila. Birthday parties in tequila, March through July, summer and springtime.
Okay, the ancient Greeks invented the birthday cake. On their birthdays, they would bake moon cakes.
Well, thanks to the Greeks.
They would put candles on
Yep.
the cake so they would shine like the moon.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Yep. Thanks to the Greeks. I like birthday cake.
I do too. That's why you shouldn't throw the birthday cake or the wedding cake on somebody because everyone wants to eat the cake.
Here's another birthday fact. In Japan, your 3rd, 5th, and 7th birthdays are the most important. It is part of celebrating a child's survival into middle childhood.
Wow.
I'm almost into middle childhood.
They got a lot of designations.
3,
don't
5,
they?
and 7 are big.
Yeah.
Had no idea. September 9th is the most popular birth date in the U.S.
Wow. We have a lot of birthdays today.
So if anybody randomly wants you to
know
guess
why?
their birthday,
Count
go September
backwards.
9th.
Count backwards.
Yeah.
9
You
months.
know why?
New Year's Eve.
New Year's Eve, Christmas banging
Yep. That's what it is.
Yep.
in New York City.
Not next door to these two
Yeah.
guys, though.
Oh.
And how about this? You are more likely to die on your birthday. Study of over 3 million people found that men were more likely to die a week before their birthday, and women were more likely to die the week after their birthday. Finally,
Holiday stress for me.
Jim doesn't want to die.
I don't.
I'm going to end trash with crazy conspiracy theories people believe.
Okay.
The first
I heard one the other day. Let's see if it's on here.
Michael Jackson was killed by the Iranian government so it would distract the world from all the protests going on in Iran in 2009.
I don't believe that.
Well, you forgot about it, didn't you?
Yeah, that's true.
How about this one? Mark David Chapman actually didn't kill John Lennon. Stephen King did. Chapman was just the actor who looked like King, and he was the scapegoat.
Because Stephen King had a reason to kill him, right?
Yeah. Well, so did Mark David Chapman.
Well, he was crazy.
Yeah.
I think Stephen King looks more like Janet Reno than he looks like
I think
Mark
I agree,
David Chapman.
Chapman looks like Janet Reno.
How about this crazy conspiracy theory? Dinosaurs helped build the pyramids, according to the professor of Egypt, Nabir al-Samud. Dinosaurs were tamed and trained to carry equipment much like elephants have done in the past.
Yeah. Oh, maybe.
They couldn't lift anything in those little arms.
They couldn't get it sitting on top.
Like Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
And finally, final crazy conspiracy theory before you get to yours, Brown. Britney Spears was a paid operative by George W. Bush. She broke up with Kevin Federline before midterm elections. She was paid to distract the American people. Yeah.
I was when they broke up with Kevin Federline, I didn't go out to vote.
Couldn't even think of who I was voting for at that
couldn't
point.
even do it.
She wasn't undercover yesterday.
No, the theory that's going around that Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of, I don't know if Rockstar's seen this, Prime Minister of Canada, who was in the news a little bit before Putin decided to take over.
He's big with truckers, isn't he?
That Justin Trudeau is the love child of Fidel Castro.
I heard that.
That apparently Fidel.
Can you get them side by side?
Apparently, I think if you Google it, you'll find a side by side. Justin Trudeau's parents, as the conspiracy theories go, were swingers, and the mom ended up having a relationship with Fidel Castro, and that's how he was born. That's a conspiracy theory.
You know, that's kind of
I swear,
not a halfway point, but close. Maybe they were in New Orleans next to me.
So,
all right, Rockstar's got a side-by-side.
Prime Minister Trudeau.
Hey, look at that.
Prime Minister Trudeau and his wife went to Havana, and he came back with, all I came back with is this T-shirt and a box of cigars.
Oh, hey, man.
Hey, look at them. They look a lot alike. You see the resemblance?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh, just
a little 23andMe. We need to get it rocking.
That's right.
I'd love to see that. That's Trash Today, brought to you by.
Hey, in today's world, responsibilities do not stop. For some, it's house cleaning or finding a way to stay awake during your next Zoom meeting. For others, it's figuring out how to make the home buying experience the best it can possibly be. Our friends at Mortgage Rate may not have the cure to boredom, but they do know how to get you into the home of your dreams with ease. Make home ownership easy. Visit mortgagerate.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, with Russia in the news, dead or alive, Lance, Mikhail Gorbachev.
Or his Mexican friend Miguel.
Gorbachev, Baryshnikov, Mikhail Baryshnikov, alive, Gorbachev dead.
Happy birthday to Gorbachev. 91 today. 93 is a good guess. 91, still alive.
I was shocked he was still alive. I thought he was dead.
I don't know where he is.
Yep.
He's not saying a lot right now.
He's not.
Yeah, saw that in the birthdays today. We got 3 and Out in the final hour. Todd Fuhrman, too. A lot more college football and basketball when we come back on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
My wife and I are getting the best sleep we've ever had. Ryan Brown here for the next round. We get it thanks to Sleep Outfitters. It's a truly customized experience. We went into the local Sleep Outfitters, answered just a few questions. In mere moments, they have us literally laying on mattresses, finding the best one for us. We picked the Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress, and we've never slept better. And right now, Sleep Outfitters President's Day sale went so well, they've extended it through the end of February. Get a free box spring with any Sealy Outfitters Posturepedic Plus spring mattress starting at just $229. That's up to a $350 value, yours free. Save up to $800 on adjustable mattress sets from Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster. With 0 interest on approved credit, Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses start at just $23 a month. Get free delivery and set up an incredible free gifts valued up to $300 with qualifying purchases. When you come to the extended President's Day sale now at your local Sleep Outfitters, find the one nearest you in Alabama at sleepoutfitters.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the next round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on TNR. Happy birthday, Reggie Bush, as well. We'll talk about that in just a second after LT tells us what he's up to tonight.
Rockstar is Wednesday night.
That is trivia.
Odie's team trivia. You can come watch a lot of college basketball. Get there a little early. Enjoy the great food from Rodney Davis from the award-winning wings, delicious burgers. Try that personal favorite of mine, the Diablo sandwich. But Odie's team trivia, we start at 8 o'clock, me and Rocky and Will Haver. It's going to be a great time. Get the ice-cold beer buckets. Enjoy that patio outside this great weather, full of the Bud Light. Stop by, see the great staff today, and enjoy team trivia tonight, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
It doesn't bother you guys at all if you're watching or listening to us. But the temperature in here today may be the coldest since we started.
Well, I didn't, you know me, I'm the most hot-natured on the show. You guys would agree with that.
Oh,
right?
Yes.
And I just walked from our office into this studio, which literally is right across the hall behind Lance, on Lance's shot there.
Yeah.
You see our office and Lance's shot. It's got to be 30 to 35 degrees difference.
Oh, it's
incredible.
Every break, I'm heading out to go sit outside in the lobby just to warm up.
Yeah, we're very close to having that little frost like in Jurassic Park on our glass here. We could just wipe it away and there'd be a dinosaur looking back at us. Are they doing Jurassic Park again?
Oh, you got to, man. I think they're going to finally close the series. They have 15 movies is enough. They only make $100 billion.
I think it is interesting, this concept, because they're bringing all the original players together, like Sam Neill and Laura Dern are going to be there, Jeff Goldblum,
just
and then you got Chris Pratt. No, it's just bringing them all together, and it's like the dinosaurs have finally got acclimated to this climate. And so it's like can dinosaurs really coexist with humans? I know that sounds really geeky, but just watching the trailer, I haven't read much about it, and I only saw the first 2 Jurassic Parks. I thought Jurassic Park 1 was incredible in 1993. I saw 2, it was not nearly as good, so I haven't seen any. Well, I guess I saw 1 with Chris Pratt, the first one he did.
Too much dinosaur on dinosaur action.
It was too much dinosaur on dinosaur. But there is something intriguing about this one, how they're going to close it out.
Do you think, who was it, the prehistoric, was it the Cro-Magnon that lived with the dinosaurs, in theory?
Who know?
It was LT's caveman.
Yeah.
Was it the caveman? Paleolithic? Was that the era?
Yeah.
Homo erectus.
I will tell you, I came across this yesterday. It's very interesting. Dinosaurs were walking this earth before Saturn had its rings.
Before she got engaged.
But Saturn was just a single chick.
I just always, we haven't been around a long time, us personally.
No.
But, can you envision Saturn without rings?
That's pretty crazy. Not that you could see it, and not that you even knew. But yeah, that's interesting. But I was just going to say, the guy that was around during the dinosaurs has to think we're incredibly soft. Just imagine being out and about and hearing the footsteps of a Tyrannosaurus Rex and knowing
that your commute involved that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, LT worried about peeing in a cup.
Yeah, they got to go out. They got to go out and collect food for their family, and avoid the brontosaurus while they're doing it.
Well, you think about if you have a Joe Theismann-like injury, you're done.
You're done. Yeah. Well, they just worked right through the ACL, though. They didn't know the difference.
Yeah, but you could limp around, but Theismann completely blew that thing out. He probably bleeds out, right?
You either bleed out or a pterodactyl sweeps down and takes you.
Yeah. I wonder if you luckily killed one.
Dinosaur?
Yeah. Did you eat him? Do you eat off the dinosaur?
I bet that was good.
I go straight to the taxidermist. Hang that bad boy on my cave.
On my cave wall?
I'm not surprised.
No, I bet that was the best eating you could have. Is like, I killed a brontosaurus. We got steaks for ages.
Yeah, everybody. We're having a party. Everybody, come on over.
That meat might go rotten a little quick.
Well, maybe, but I'm a caveman. What do I know?
Oh, fire.
I'm scared of fire.
No, but
I don't mind rotten meat.
It was something, not This Is Fire, but it was a movie about how fire came about. And I think the first scene was like lightning hits tree, caveman's out there, and he's like, oh my God,
wow, I could cook a brontosaurus over that, yeah.
All right. But, how many guys never actually came across fire?
But you don't think, Rockstar, they ate rotten meat back then?
The rich neighbor in the neighborhood cave, like, this guy's got that heating element. We got nothing.
Don't you think they ate rotten meat back then, though? They had no way of knowing the difference.
I'm sure, but you still get sick. I'm sure your stomach was very much
I bet you got used to it
then.
at some point, though. I'm sure your body adapted.
Life expectancy back then was, 23?
Maybe. I bet that was a good run.
This old-ass 25.
Yeah, he's about to turn 30.
Yeah. But I'll tell you, man, building a fire back then would have been nearly impossible. Even these old cowboys. I'll give you an example. This week, I went and picked some wood up on the side of 280.
Oh, you bought it from 280 Wood Guy?
Yeah, I asked him, I said, hey, look, is this stuff going to burn? I was like, last time I got it.
Man, hail to the no.
It's a toss-up.
No, I said, last time I got it, it was a little too wet, and it took forever. I had to dry this stuff out for like months before it would burn. He was like, I got a fire burning at my house right now. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself,
come on, buddy.
Yeah, you're burning a fire at your house, but you're selling the wood on 280.
Yeah.
So what do? I take it, I buy some of that accelerating wood that you get at like a Publix. That stuff goes up like that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't even burn. Yeah.
How much was your wood purchase? Because I always wonder how financially beneficial it is for those guys.
Got a pallet of like 25 pieces for $20.
We call that a cord.
Okay,
yeah, so you got a cord of wood
for $20.
For $20, because those guys, I'll see them sitting out there, and I wonder how it works too, because like there'll be 3 different trucks. Do they just rotate who gets the customer?
Yeah, next one up.
Next one up.
You get the next one.
There was only one guy working this week.
They'll sit out there all Saturday. I wonder how much they make.
Yep.
Sitting out there all Saturday.
All that to tell you, Reggie Bush is 37 today,
how about that?
And we started the conversation because USC wished him a happy birthday.
Well, it's just so funny how they distanced themselves from Reggie Bush, and they took his Heisman away, and they took all his records out of their books, and now NIL comes into the fold, and boy, they've sent it out today on Instagram. Happy birthday to the greatest to ever do it, Reggie Bush.
Reggie Bush, happy birthday to him.
Don't turn your back on Reggie ever.
We'll talk to Todd Fuhrman coming up. Reggie Bush is part of the popular Fox show, and Todd's part of the Fox family. We'll talk to him coming up, and the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Nichols Outfitters, and that'll take us to the top of the hour, Brownie, where Nichols, they didn't have guns back in caveman.
They did not,
but they want your old guns now.
You can purchase a Christensen 30 caliber or smaller and get a free silencer right now. You can take down that pterodactyl with a silencer. You'd never know it. Those of you that know, that's a big savings on your gear. It will not last long. Hurry to Nichols Outfitters and see it for yourself. See the guys, they got world-class service in guns, archery, and all things outdoor. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Does your kneecap swell after exercising? Did you feel pain in the knees pushing around the lawnmower? Do you have discomfort in your knees simply getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham. Life back on track. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester from The Next Round here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I've lost 13 pounds in just 3 weeks. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7. Give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round. presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show, and this hour of the show's headlines are being brought to you by Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. He also brings you Jimmy Bucket's podcast, the new one up with Chris Stewart, talking about Alabama basketball, preparing for down the stretch, including Texas A&M tonight. Storm Restoration Roofing and Greg from Pell City want to give you a free no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. 542-3531. You can't beat that. We've had these storms recently. If you had any damage, Greg's team can take care of that. In the future, if you have storm damage, make sure you text Greg first. His number is directly 205-542-3531. He comes out and he puts together pictures and an album that you can give to your insurance companies. They trust Greg. They'll let you do the temporary repairs then, and you still get your full payment out. Greg makes sure he's following their guidelines. So keep that number close by the refrigerator. When storms happen, call Greg from Pell City, 205-542-3531, or simply look him up on Facebook. You can contact him there, Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Your headlines, Auburn, Alabama, and UAB all in action tonight. Alabama's the only team at home tonight. That's a 6 o'clock tip against Texas A&M as they wind down and wrap up their regular season. A couple of rule changes we talked about in college football to speed up the game, and no baseball, at least for opening day. That cancellation has happened, and we'll keep you updated if anything else changes on the baseball front. But right now, let's talk about some future odds.
You know, I'm actually going to start with baseball with Todd Fuhrman, Outkick, and BetTheBoardPodcast.com. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You can also follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. How are you, Fuhrman? Everything good in Vegas?
Everything is good out here, gentlemen. A bigger question, does Greg do weddings if he puts together albums? Because I'm looking for a photographer to potentially shoot our wedding next April, so I might need some of that contact information to be able to make that happen.
Are you getting married up on your roof?
I am not getting married up on my roof, but there may be insurance policies that people are going to try and claim, so that's a little bit of a double-edged sword there. But all is good out here in the desert, guys. Anxiously awaiting basically March Madness. It'll get underway in earnest out here earlier with, I believe at last count, 5 conference tournaments that'll crown their champions out here in the desert.
Wow. Absolutely. And we'll get to that. I was going to start with baseball, though, because frequently people in Vegas have a good feel for these things. You'll have to obviously adjust the win totals for the season. What is the best guess in Vegas as to when this thing gets cranking?
Yeah, I mean, growing speculation that the season won't start until early May. I did see an offshore sportsbook actually put out odds and not even include April into their betting pool. I think when you look at the baseball calendar, it's long been much maligned for low attendance during the first month of the season, especially in cities on the East Coast and up north in the U.S. So there's no reason for baseball to run and get this deal done. I'd love to say that, hey, look, guys will be out there by May 1st. Maybe Memorial Day is much more indicative of the way these labor discussions will unfold. But I don't think it's a great illustration of the way owners are running to get players back out on the field. One thing I can tell you, though, from a betting standpoint, professional bettors have gravitated towards some of the long shots, thinking that if the shorter the season becomes, the greater opportunity there is for variance. And while maybe it's not a long shot like the Marlins, who were able to get in to the playoffs a few years ago during the COVID season, but you have seen the Baltimore Orioles take money to win the American League East, thinking that if the season goes from 162 to 144, maybe even 100 games, that a long shot could have a chance to crash the party and cash a ticket at a long shot price.
Interesting. He brought up win totals, and Fuhrman, I was going to ask you, that's one of the more fun things to do before the baseball season begins, because you have a team to pull for or pull against for the entire year. How do you reset those? I mean, are casinos just taking the tickets back, and once they figure out how many regular season games, they'll just reset everything and go from there?
You know, honestly, LT, I didn't see a lot of books actually put out win totals this season. When the work stoppage got underway, books kind of took a slightly more apprehensive approach to it. So you did see, who's going to lead the league in home runs, division winners, pennant, and everything else along those lines. But I didn't see the same amount of shops run to put out win totals for just those reasons. There's nothing worse for a casino than they put the blood, sweat, and tears into trying to build markets and realize that they're going to be full refunds. I'd have to imagine there'll be a couple of books, if they at least get a a 2 to 3 week runway with spring training, knowing what the length of the season would be. But that could be a market that largely becomes an afterthought, despite the increased level of popularity that we've seen for win totals, not just in baseball, but for sports in general over the last 3 to 5 years.
Todd Fuhrman is with us from out in the desert, JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. In college basketball, Coach K's final regular season home game is this week, and then they're off to the ACC and then the NCAA tournament. A lot of people are assuming this Duke team will have a little extra edge come big dance time. Duke to win the national championship. Where are the Blue Devils in your mind and on the betting boards right now in Vegas?
Yeah, I think the price, honestly, is a little bit short. I know people love narratives, and they think that Duke already gets a ton of whistles, especially on 50-50 calls throughout March Madness, that those are only going to increase. You're looking at the Devils right now at 13-1 at FanDuel Sportsbook to win the national title, and just to kind of put that in perspective, that has them slotted behind only Gonzaga, Arizona, Kentucky, and Baylor, the 4 teams that potentially have an inside track to those number 1 seeds. Duke, of course, if they were to run the table, win Saturday, and win the ACC title, and get a little bit of help, always a chance that you could see the committee give them the Coach K bump in that particular regard. I mean, what's interesting about Duke, you look at the way this team has played throughout the course of the season, they let down against inferior foes, but when they've stepped up to teams within their class, they've typically been at their best. And you'd have to think during a March Madness run, you're going to get this team fully entrenched from start to finish. Top 5 in the country in offensive efficiency, outside the top 20 on the defensive side, but no reason to believe that they shouldn't have an Elite 8 or a Final 4 ceiling. I'm just not willing to buy into them as a national championship contender, only because I'm not sure I want to fully sign off on Wendell Moore and Paulo Banchero carrying them through 6 games that'll be required to take care of business.
Fuhrman, are you a buyer in Houston? They're 0-3. If you believe in the net, where they are number 4, which is obviously really good, they're 0-3 in quad 1 games. I think last time I checked, nobody else in the top 40 was winless in quad 1 games.
Yeah, I mean, Houston is always one of those teams that's always tricky to figure out, because when you look at what Kelvin Sampson has done, you know this team is going to defend you as tenaciously as any team in the country, but offense can oftentimes be a challenge. And the one thing that when you look at the top 10, Houston plays at a much slower and more methodical pace. They're outside the top 300 as far as their average possession length and some of those other key metrics. Effective field goal percentage, outstanding, but a lot of that comes from their ability to crash the offensive boards. And if you don't have that luxury when you step up in class, I'm not sure they can manufacture enough offense in the half court. Do I think they're a top 5 team? Sure. Do I think they could run the table and potentially beat a Gonzaga and Baylor in back-to-back setups? Probably not. So I think the Houston Cougars' ceiling, in my opinion, is the Final 4, and I wouldn't be taking a shot with them despite some generous odds right around 40-1 to win the national title.
By the way, Virginia Tech got a quad 1 win. You have to go to 57 to find the next team without a quad 1 win. That's Washington State. Wow. It's pretty bad.
You know, Fuhrman, I said a couple of weeks ago I thought there was only 5 or 6 teams that could win the tournament. I've changed a little bit. I think there's going to be a lot of parity in this tournament, but I don't think you can get any value with some of those teams that you mentioned right now, you know, from 14-1 down all the way to 3 or 4-1 with Gonzaga. But watching Wisconsin again last night, I said yesterday, I forgot who we had on talking college basketball. I don't trust any of these Big Ten teams to win 6 consecutive games, but Wisconsin, it is interesting that they have now won 15 straight games decided by 6 or less points, and you can grab them in some shops at 70-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting because you look at a team like Wisconsin, and we can even throw Providence in the same bucket. 2 teams that have had a ton of luck and fortune in those tight games late. We know Wisconsin's record, as you mentioned. I'm not sure Coach Gard drew up bank 3s in terms of winning the conference championship yesterday against Purdue. But unlike previous Badger teams that have made deep runs, they have a guy that can take games over. And when you look at Johnny Davis, he becomes the ultimate X factor if you're not getting the scoring from the likes of Brad Davidson and a couple of the other players on that Badgers roster. The one thing that concerns me, LT, with the Big Ten in general, I don't get the feeling that this conference from top to bottom defends nearly as well as what we've seen in the past. Now, granted, it's been an eternity since the Big Ten has been able to boast a national champion on the college basketball hardwoods, but I do worry if any of these teams go into a little bit of an offensive shell, can they get enough stops? And not to kind of pivot away from Wisconsin at 70-1, but it's the single biggest deterrent and why I'm stunned to see a team like Purdue priced at 16-1. That wouldn't shock me if the Boilermakers weren't even able to get out of the opening weekend.
NFL Combine's going on. Draft is upcoming. Can I make a bet on Aiden Hutchinson to be the first overall pick? Is there a line on that out in Vegas?
You can indeed. You have to shop around a little bit for price, but I've seen Aiden Hutchinson anywhere from right around even money to plus $1.20. We have seen a player, former Alabama offensive lineman and Evan Neal take a decent amount of cash as well, moving to the favorite at some shops to be the top pick in the draft. And it's always interesting when you try and speculate what the results are going to be coming out of the combine, how different sports books look at it based on some of the money they're taking in. And as I look at some of the updated prices right now on FanDuel, we've seen Evan Neal move into prohibitive favorite territory at minus $1.10. Aiden Hutchinson numbers have drifted out a little bit to 3-1. I'm still of the mindset that you could see the Jaguars potentially trade down, and I wouldn't rule out, as ridiculous as it sounds, knowing this quarterback crop is nothing to write home about, somebody like a Kenny Pickett or Malik Willis basically getting an inside track if a team wanted to mortgage their future, thinking that they had that heir apparent under center.
Since 2003, 14 players at the Combine have logged a 40-time better than a 4.3. John Ross out of Washington's got that record at a 4.22. Is there a prop to beat the John Ross record?
I haven't seen a prop this year, and it has actually become one of the more popular draft props, or combine props, I should say, that are out there. But it's always interesting because when you try and handicap that particular prop when it's been available, it's nobody that's ever a household name. It's somebody that comes from off the beaten path, and we know that there is no replacement for speed because you can't coach something like that. So you'd have to make, someone to break John Ross's combine record a slight underdog. But if you were going to ask me to name players who could actually put a threat into that, I couldn't even come up with 3 to 5 names that I would throw out there.
All right, let's say your favorite 50-something sportscaster is coming to Las Vegas during March Madness, and when the games are over with, he's also wanting to play table games inside the casinos. Your insider information, where is the best odds? I know everything leans house. Where's my best odds to win?
Well, it all depends. And if you're looking to try and find the single best blackjack game anywhere in Las Vegas, it'll still be in the high limit pit at Caesars. Now, it's going to cost you a little bit more to try and get the math working in your favor during March Madness, probably $100 minimum if you want to sit down at that table. But typically the best piece of advice that I give people, do everything they can to shy away from 6 to 5 blackjack, no matter how enticing it gets, whether it's $5 or $10 tables, and typically seek out some of the better rules that are there. But what they'll do, knowing such a demand that time of year, you're going to have to pay a little bit of a premium. And unfortunately, having worked on that side of the counter and helped create some of the math to try and slant in the house's favor for blackjack, you'd be amazed how many people were much more cognizant of the limits at the table, more so than the rules, and how quickly they could erode their bankroll if they're not giving themselves a puncher's chance.
What about craps? What if I suck at blackjack or anything cards? What about craps? Is that a good odds game?
If you want to go to the dice table, my one piece of advice, rather than get sucked into the hard ways and a lot of the field bets that are out there, just find a little bit of a quiet corner there, find an ice-cold table, bet don't pass, and it's like making yourself the house. Nobody's going to love you at the end of the day, but let's not kid ourselves. We're not coming out to Vegas to make friends. We're coming out here to try and give ourselves an opportunity to make a little bit of money at the dice table. So by betting don't pass, you just want to hear no cheering. It's much like LT looks for when he walks into a sports bar or a sports book. The quieter it is, the more money he's going to be able to add to his bankroll.
Amen.
We call those guys names at the craps table, though. Is that redneck of me to call it craps? Do you call it dice out there?
No, we call it craps.
Okay.
So same way, not redneck at all. The one thing that you will see, though, when you walk through the casinos out here is there's a lot more of a digital component because what the casinos have found is people are cognizant of the limits. They want to learn dice or they want to play some of the other games. Now, obviously, the math's not going to work in their favor, but you'll find much larger video displays than you would have grown accustomed to even 3 to 5 years ago out here.
Blue jean shorts in the pool, yes or no?
Absolutely not. If you want to go blue jean shorts in the pool, that's probably better served for Shreveport, Biloxi, and maybe even Tunica.
Yes, Todd Fuhrman, the former oddsmaker at Caesars Palace, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter, part of Outkick and BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Thank you, Fuhrman. We'll see you next week.
Hey, always a pleasure, gentlemen. Enjoy the final weekend of regular season college hoops.
You too, buddy. Take care. Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Will you give What Republic another shot?
Hey, I will. After that series of questions, the chance Todd answers his phone March 16th through the 21st.
Now that he knows you're out there.
Last time I was out, I actually met up with him for a little bit. He's a fun guy, man. He does know that town really, really well.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. All right. That's a fun conversation with Todd Fuhrman about a variety of different things. Part of our show today being brought to you by the new Creekside Barbecue right there off of I-65, Oak Mountain Amphitheater exit. You can't beat the location. I mean, just think about it. You're heading home today. It's just right off the interstate, right? You can pick up a little barbecue right there at Creekside Barbecue.
Creekside Barbecue, Oak Mountain, centered around great barbecue, soulful music, and good vibes. Alabama-style chicken, North Carolina pork, Memphis-kissed ribs. They've got it all for you, along with the chef-inspired sides. There's something for everyone at Creekside Barbecue. Creekside is located just off of I-65 at the Oak Mountain exit. It's in the old Waffle House building. You'll see it right there on the side of the amphitheater. Come enjoy lunch or dinner on Creekside's huge outdoor deck overlooking the creek. Several TVs. You can enjoy this fabulous weather. Creekside can also cater parties and other events for up to 200 people. For more information, stop by or check out their menu today. Go to creekside/barbecue.com.
Trip, our resident gambler in the Farmfolio chat room. There's a prop on points bet to run a time better than 4:29, LT. The guys at VSIN were talking about it last night.
Yeah, I would take it.
He says minus 130 to beat the 4:29, even money to run slower than 4:29. He says he'd take the even money. You think somebody beats a 4:29?
I think they could beat the 4:29. I think there's I read 13, 14 names that are going to threaten a sub 4:3.
I wonder if Jamison Williams could have a healthy Jamison Williams. I think he could have threatened it.
He could have, yeah.
Does anybody else, and this isn't like hot take, let's play old sport talk radio, but why do we not run in pads? I mean, why? To me, there's a difference in running like a sprinter and running pad speed.
There's also a difference in combine speed and game speed. You see guys that don't run great combine numbers, and all of a sudden in a game, they're running away from people.
Yeah, but it is all equitable. I mean, everybody doesn't have pads.
They don't, but I would say it would bother some people. And, we all know Jamison Williams can fly.
He ran past every defensive back he played against this year.
In pads. Yeah. I think everybody should run in pads, but you're right. It doesn't make a difference. All right, we roll on. Still to come, lock from LT. We also have a 3 and out today. Brownie's got a bail. He's got somewhere he needs to be, and he'll be back with us tomorrow. Brownie, a fair adieu to you.
And adieu to you too.
And adieu to you too. When we come back, a lot more going on in the NFL, and we'll get to some more of the college basketball that's happening tonight. This is the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At Culver's, we cook our butter burgers pretty much the same as you would at home. Only our 3-cut blend of fresh beef will do. Then you'll need to master our signature press and sear technique. You may want to practice a few thousand times. Add real Wisconsin cheese, top with a lightly buttered toasted bun, and serve yourself with a big warm smile.
Better yet, come to Culver's and leave the whole cook-to-order butter burger thing to us. Welcome to Delicious.
If you missed Johnston RV Center's big Decatur and Coleman RV shows, don't worry. Johnston RV Center will continue the RV sale through Saturday, March 5th at both locations. Same great deals, huge selections to choose from, and special financing available. It is your time to buy now and save. And as always, a lifetime warranty on all new RVs. In Coleman, off I-65, exit 304, and in Decatur, just off exit 334. For more information, visit johnstonrvcenter.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, You can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Stay up to date with The Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
A couple of new items from the NFL we'll get to in a second. Over in the Farmfolio chat room, Charles says, Todd, Fuhrman, and Josh Pate, the best extemporaneous comments ever. Rockstar Brown has left. Extemporaneous, you and LT, can y'all help me with that word?
The extemporaneously of the hold on.
I'm going to say very detailed.
Very detailed,
That's
or
what I'll go
off.
with.
I'm going to say it's
animated or detailed.
Off the cuff, off the beaten path. Add-on comment.
It's like almost like spoken or done without preparation.
Okay.
It's very extemporaneous.
No, I would agree with that, Charles. So thank you very much. I agree with that. Off the cuff, says JM Dog. Thank you, J.
Wait, spell that.
I never thought JM Dog with the double G's there would drop the off the cuff the translation for me. Very good there.
Extemporaneous would be tough for the Howard Script spelling bee, wouldn't it?
It would be. That would have been a tough word. She nailed it though. 177 away from our week 0 college football games, and spring practices starting all over the place. UAB yesterday. Let's knock out a lock today. I assume it's college basketball that's happening tonight, so LT will give it to us. It is always brought to you by our friends right there at Hemp Hill Services. Listen, happened to LT today. His ex had a little issue going on with shower pressure, water issue. So when you wake up and you've got disaster happening in your life, you call this number for Hemp Hill. It is 205-229-2090. 229-2090. And something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, flushing right, or in this case in the shower, spraying right, you call Hemp Hill Services. That's what Adam and Chad have been doing, taking care of you since 1954. The team at Hemp Hill are the only ones we trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. And Hemp Hill Services, they do it right and always at a fair price. Call them up, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. And if you ever need that number, hit us up on social media.
So we lost last night. We had Purdue minus the 3 on the road in the Kohl Center. Ooh. They get swept by Wisconsin, the 2 bank in. You heard Fuhrman reference it. I talked to Wimp about it earlier. That was a tough loss last night, but we bounced back tonight. Big East action. Xavier was once squarely in the tournament. They've now lost 4 consecutive games, 6 of their past 7. They are heading to Jamaica, New York to take on St. John's. I like Xavier here, bouncing back. Red Storm has also been struggling a little bit. I like Xavier plus the 1.5.
Xavier plus the 1.5 is the lock today, brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill Services. A couple of things happening in the NFL around the combine, because you get a lot of NFL people that are up there talking. One of them is that a contract extension for Cliff Kingsbury has happened today. He's extended through 2027. Your level of surprise and or shock that Kingsbury has a contract extension as an NFL head coach with the Cardinals?
Well, here's the thing, man. I know one of my best friends in the world. It's the only Cardinal fan that I know, and he doesn't want Kingsbury around. I tried to tell him early this was going to be a disaster. This was a guy that couldn't win, never had 1 winning record or 2 winning records in 7 years at Texas Tech. I don't think he ever had a winning record with Pat Mahomes as his quarterback at Texas Tech. Then he gets this job at Arizona. He's only had 1 winning record with the number 1 overall selection from 3 years ago in Kyler Murray. And they completely melted down in November and December this year.
A great start, and then lost the momentum and ended up losing in the playoffs there.
Now, the only thing I will say is they have gotten better, but you expect this. If you draft a quarterback number 1 overall, year 1 you struggle. You have a losing record. Year 2 they were 8-8, almost made the postseason. And this past year they won 11 games. So, there has been...
So you're okay with the extension?
Progression. I guess. I don't think Cliff Kingsbury as a coach is going to win you a Super Bowl, though.
He calls plays, doesn't he?
He does.
He calls plays. Do you like his play calling?
When Kyler Murray improvises, yes. So probably not. I don't know.
So really,
when Kyler Murray's good, everything looks good.
It's when plays break down when Kyler Murray's at his best.
Yeah, look, and I don't know if you've had the best running back situation. I mean, it went from Chase Edmonds to James Conner played really well this year.
Do you agree with Maxwell? He says no Kingsbury equals no Kyler. That if they got rid of Kingsbury, Kyler wouldn't want to be there.
I don't know the relationship, Maxwell. I would just say this: if you brought in an offensive guy that was well respected, and by the way, Kyler is under contract.
Yep. He doesn't have the freedom to move like somebody who'd been fired.
I just don't know, man. There's just something about that combination that I just doesn't scream. Like, Kyler can look so good. I've never been a Kingsbury fan as a head coach. That combination, I just don't see in that division right now them getting over the hump.
One of the things happened since we started the show. The Giants, who, if you're following along, they're up against it. They're over the cap by double digit in millions of dollars, so they have to trade people, cut people. They are releasing. No trade here, just releasing Kyle Rudolph, their veteran tight end. Now, they drafted a younger tight end here's a guy, Kyle Rudolph, who's 32, who is not retiring, he tells Adam Schefter. He's just been flat out released. Is there a market for Kyle Rudolph? At one time, one of the better tight ends in the league.
I mean, Rudolph early on, was a guy that was, as you said, one of the better tight ends in the league when he played for Minnesota. Had that game-winning catch where people said it was a push-off in the divisional game against the Saints just a couple of years ago. There's a market for him. I view Rudolph as more as that second tight end right now.
Is he more old-school tight end, or was he...
He's athletic, more athletic. He's got the soft hands, but...
He was the transitional tight end, right? Where you went from the way we used to play tight end to what we're playing now. He was sort of the guy who sort of started to transition it into the more receiver tight end.
More of the hybrid between those two.
Yeah, Evan Ingram is the guy that they're banking on at tight end. They drafted young, and he's got a couple of years under him.
We saw great years from Evan Ingram out of Ole Miss. But, I think Rudolph still got some years there. The interesting thing with the Giants, and I brought this up earlier, to Doug Kyed, whether or not Saquon Barkley is going to be around. Because when Barkley's healthy, he is really, really good. And I was listening to some guys this morning, different destinations for Saquon Barkley. If he played at Baltimore, a team that has led the NFL in rushing the last couple of years.
I mean, running backs you got to be a fit. And I thought in Tampa we used Leonard Fournette, who was a 0 in his career in the NFL, and he looked really good 2 years with Brady.
Well, it helps when you got great wideouts and you got a really good quarterback situation. And unfortunately for Saquon, we first saw you got to stay healthy.
That's right.
And he has missed out of the last 3 years. So he had a great rookie year. In the last 3 years, I think he's missed 3 games, 16 games, and 4 games.
Yeah.
And he just can't stay on the field. But if he can stay on the field, if you get a good quarterback situation with good receivers, Buffalo was another destination that was mentioned. Can you imagine Buffalo with this guy?
And I know they got a running back, but a team like the Colts, I mean, they can run the ball well.
Yeah, but Jonathan Taylor, I think he is one of the few in the NFL that you can give it to 25 to 30 times and you're fine. Just like Derrick Henry. Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, kind of different backs.
Packers re-signed Aaron Jones, so they're not looking for one, but he would be a good fit there, too.
Really, the two I heard this morning, Buffalo and Baltimore, would be tremendous.
Yeah, so that's something to keep an eye on with Saquon Barkley. And one more thing from the NFL, you heard Fuhrman touch on it briefly. There is discussion of the Jaguars saying yesterday, their GM flat out said it, we are entertaining offers to trade out of the number 1 spot. They're not locked in. And I think the reason they're not locked in at number 1 is because they're probably going to go offensive line somewhere. And, if they're number 1, they're probably going to take Evan Neal. If they're 3rd, Evan Neal probably still going to be there. If they're 5th, Evan Neal might still be there. So they feel okay and comfortable if somebody wants to come up to number 1, taking another pick in some round, maybe another second round or something, and trading down a bit.
Well, again, you've got the offensive tackle out of NC State that a lot of people believe will go before Evan Neal. You've got some offensive line opportunities there. And if you're the Jaguars, not only did you draft first last year and getting Trevor Lawrence, you're drafting first again in back-to-back years. This is how bad it is. So you need a ton of different things. Charles Cross, a lot of SEC fans out of Mississippi State will recognize that name. He's going to be a top 10 guy. So there's a lot of offensive linemen out there. And again, it's not just offensive line you need.
Yeah. You got 6 receivers in this first round. If somebody really wanted to jump and they gave you if they've got a late first round and they can give you a late first round and you get an extra first rounder or an early second round, you may be able to grab a receiver and a lineman to help out Trevor Lawrence. You need bodies on the offensive side. A little walk around the news going around the combine for you there. We got 3 and out when we come back on the other side. Part of the show today being brought to you by the great folks at Bromberg's. I'll tell you one note about college basketball tonight. That will be good news for UAB after he tells us about Bromberg's.
Again, they are your diamond specialist. If you thought about popping the question in 2022, go see our friends at Bromberg's. Family owned and operated since 1836. They have established solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry timepieces. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also view their online store today. Go to brombergs.com.
Hey, by the way, the tournaments have started. A lot of conferences. Montevallo eliminated last night from the Gulf South by Union. North Alabama eliminated from the A-Sun by Florida Gulf Coast. Jack State now has their Thursday night opponent at home. They'll get Kennesaw State 6 o'clock Thursday night in the A-Sun tournament. But for UAB in action tonight, 7 o'clock in Hattiesburg, their final road game of the regular season. The Blazers, pretty easy stat here, 17-0 when they out-rebound their opponents. That's an easy stat to check.
Yeah, it really is.
They don't lose when they out-rebound their opponents. Big games from Trey Jemison late. We'll see if that continues tonight in Hattiesburg. 3 and outs next on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's Reed from the next round. I'm excited to work with Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I'm excited to begin my weight loss journey. I went in for my consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me how to reach my goals the right way, and they're there to answer any questions and to hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you: Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Ivan Maisel today. It's one of the stories at the morning rounds. And if you ever wonder what the morning rounds are, it's our top reads, the easy links. We put all on one page on our website every morning, nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. Ivan Maisel writes, he hopes everyone has appreciated Coach K and will appreciate what Nick Saban has done, comparing the two over their time together. It's a nice read right there at nextroundlive.com if you'd like to check that out today. Let's do a 3 and Out. It is brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. And Vulcan Tires, of course, has 4 great locations. Is Lunsford back there?
He is.
Lunsford, come get on Brown's mic. We need another voice to comment on some of these. Come jump in here, man. Jump on the bike here. Tell us about Vulcan Tires.
4 locations. Anything you need bumper to bumper, these guys can handle, from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. Locally owned and operated, just fantastic guys. Stop into one of the 4 locations that are online, vulcantireandauto.com. Hey, Rocky, before this segment, Dunaway was coming in from going to the bathroom, and he was trying to impersonate one of our buddies. And so roommate asked him if he was sick, and he said, "I don't get sick."
Oh, no.
I mean, some people don't get sick. Like one person in our Farmfolio chat room earlier, you can walk through, Lunsford, it's fine. Farmfolio chat room earlier said, I'm sorry, I slept in a little bit. I've been battling a stomach bug. Since the start of the pandemic, I don't see anyone else like having normal illnesses anymore. It's either you've got COVID or everyone's healthy. Do you see normal sicknesses anymore?
Yeah, I mean, I've talked to some people that I feel a little bit under the weather. I don't think it's COVID. COVID always gets referenced when somebody doesn't feel bad. And I think even if I woke up tomorrow and I was a little achy, probably the first thing I would think of is COVID because we're so conditioned for that right now. But I think people are getting other things.
But you haven't had a sore throat or anything? Just because you have a sore throat doesn't mean you have COVID.
I mean, if I just have a sore throat, I'm coming to work, so you guys never know that. Like, it's a little sore right now because I did the impersonation earlier.
I think I know who you did. Can I hear the impression?
Yeah. Hey, LT, how you doing? No, that was bad. Wait. LT, do you like my Cardinals? I can't even do it. Well, I'm usually pretty good at that one.
Going.
You know who's good at it? You know who's good at any impersonation? Maggie, my wife. Really
Could she
good.
come and do impressions one day?
I've asked her many, many times. I've asked her just to call on the phone as characters. Like they're.
Don't even introduce her as your wife. Just say that we got Susan on the phone.
I'll tell you, the best segment that never happened on our show was the late Jane, your late mother-in-law, when we tried to do Jane Says, and we were going to have her on.
So good.
Jane Says would have been a great one. But Maggie, I've tried to build a character on the show around her. She does so many. She does British maid. She does Caribbean maid.
No, we're not talking date night here.
French maid. She does all these maids. They're really good.
Oh, Princess Leia.
Yeah, keep telling these secrets because, one sickness you can get is blue balls.
Welcome, John. You all right?
Lunsford. This is John Lunsford, the man behind the screen all the time.
Did you win last night at poker or 2 nights ago?
I got, what was I? 6, I think.
6.
So, David Walls has been crushing
Jesus,
it.
how many people do y'all have playing?
So we have 14. 14 the other night.
Yeah.
We took these pictures. Can you pull them up for us? Or the picture we took from poker the other night was just to show the first person that was eliminated. So we took a picture because I'm usually the first person eliminated. Yeah. Tight shot of the first person eliminated. It was the guy with the Bud Light necks. I was the first one out again.
Damn, so where do you go? You go to another bar? Or?
I just go home.
You don't go home.
I do. I go straight home. It's gotten to be funny. Maggie will actually go now. She'll go.
He comes back here. That's what he does. He just comes here and works.
Maggie goes, my God, it's 9:20. You guys don't start to 8, and it's a 20-minute drive. You're home already? I said, yep, hour and 5 minutes.
Wow.
So
you don't let him hang out? He can't just hang out?
He can hang out. I wish he would hang out.
Yeah.
He gets mad, takes his ball, and goes home.
Yeah. I don't get mad. My biggest problem is I don't like not playing every hand. And if you play every hand, even when your cards suck, you lose and you go home quick. So I don't like watching people play poker, so I go home.
Interesting.
To be fair, I agree with that because when you play blackjack, you sit at the table and you're going to play every hand. Now you're going to win and lose, but in poker, I'll sit there at tournaments. I mean, when I went to the World Series of Poker, I'd sit there for an hour without playing a single hand.
Yeah, but
and it's so boring. So when you're just in my basement for
I get that,
$20-$30, you want to kind of have fun and actually play.
But you're also the guy that sprays the board. Like, you want to play every game. Like, if you're in Vegas, when you go out there, you're going to want to play every game.
I usually have something on every game.
And you seem like the one that would double down on almost everything on blackjack.
Yes.
That's why craps is the best game because there's so much going on. You're always involved in the action,
and I don't really know what I'm doing.
Around.
I don't even really know what I'm doing. All right, here's the 3 and out today.
First down.
Sam Pittman, head coach of Arkansas, is the head coach of another team before he officially retires. True or false?
I will go false, Lunsford. I believe Sam Pittman was given an opportunity when nobody else was going to give him that opportunity. Arkansas believed in him, and he's done a great job. And by the way, I mean, he's going to continue to make money and more money and more money, and he doesn't seem like a spender. He seems like a guy that's very content and just cares about football. So Arkansas can be a really good job, and he's got them. They're going to be a preseason top 25 team this year.
Yeah, I mean, they're a good team, and I think with Sam Pittman, I'll say it's true he goes to another team because Arkansas will get to a certain point, and who knows when that'll be, but he'll get to a certain point where he can't cross that next bridge. It'll be 10 wins, and he can't get over the hump because you're losing to Alabama every year, and you're losing to, Texas A&M every year, let's say. You're losing that game to where he can't get over the hump, and then he maybe gets that opportunity. Hey, I'll give you that opportunity to go to a job where he can get over that hump. I don't know where that would be necessarily. Who knows how the landscape will change over the years, but eventually he'll hit a wall with Arkansas.
But let's say if Jimbo doesn't work out, what if it's Texas A&M? What if it's Auburn? What if it's whatever happens, Kirby goes to NFL, Georgia.
I think Arkansas has been closer than Texas A&M. I go back to 2011, where they were a number 2 team going into the final weekend against LSU. And, Bobby Petrino had that team right there. So now with the transfer portal, and Nick Saban doesn't have forever. Sam Pittman's going to be at Arkansas longer than Nick Saban's going to be at Alabama. Things will open up. Yeah. And by then, Jimbo Fisher could be out at Texas A&M as well.
Pittman said yesterday, it's my last job, and I mean it when I say it.
I believe it.
He's not going anywhere else.
How many coaches say that?
A lot.
Second down.
A lot. That's why I asked
Pittman, though.
A lot. That's why I asked it. Okay, NFL Combine going on. John Mechie, former Alabama wide receiver, talking earlier today. If I said John Mechie in the first 2 rounds or John Mechie third round or after for you, Lunsford, you first?
I haven't paid attention to where he's projected, but I would not take him in the first 2 rounds if I was the team.
Oh, so for personal reasons, or
I just don't think he's a top 2 round guy. I don't know where he actually is projected, but I would say below that.
Yeah, ironically, there is a striking resemblance to Mechie on your sweatshirt as this was asked. With that said,
show that. Look at that.
I would go Staket's third round or later. I think there's 14 guys that can be selected, 14 receivers in the first 2 rounds.
Oh, look at that. That's a next round gear, too.
And I don't think Mechie's one of those guys. I think Mechie's going to be a third or later. I think he is going to be a good, reliable third option in the NFL.
Yeah.
But you're not going to take him in the first 2 rounds.
Right. I agree.
Yeah. All right.
Third down.
I don't think it'll be first 2 rounds either. Okay. This one. George Pickens says, I am a first-round guy, former Georgia and Hoover wide receiver. If I said the same thing, George Pickens, first 2 rounds or after third round or later, George Pickens.
Pickens, is he at the Combines?
He's up there doing interviews, yeah.
Okay, but is he going to work out?
I have not seen whether he's working out or not. He wasn't really 100% playing in the national championship game, but he's out there playing. So if you're playing, I'd say, man, work out. But yeah. I don't know if he is or not.
He seems to me a guy, if he was completely healthy, he could blow you away with the workouts. But then again, he's got all this baggage. And I wonder if he says something stupid in one of these interviews, and the baggage is going to stay with him. And you just haven't seen enough on-field production. He hasn't been reliable enough to be out there for Georgia, so I don't think there's any chance he's a first or second round guy.
Big catch in that game, though. What do you think?
He has big playability. I mean, he's one of those we've covered since he was back at Hoover. I loved watching him in high school. He was a great player, but then once I started kind of learning the baggage, like you said, was an Auburn commit, switched to Georgia, has had issues and health issues as well. I would not see him as a top 2 round guy, but I think the biggest question, more than the baggage, is what is his health? How is he going to be long-term in the NFL?
Pickens or Mechie for YouTube? Pickens or Mechie?
Mechie. Because I can rely on Mechie to be my third option.
Yeah.
I don't know if Pickens is going to be in the league in a year. Let me ask you a quick Hoover question. Who was the better receiver at Hoover, Pickens or Chad Jackson?
Chad Jackson.
Okay.
No doubt.
Who went to Florida, right?
Right.
Never really did a lot in the NFL. No.
Fourth down.
Finally, basketball tonight. More likely upset. Most likely upset to happen.
Mississippi State over Auburn.
LSU over Arkansas, Mississippi State over Auburn, or A&M over Alabama?
I'm taking A&M, Alabama off the table. Although Alabama, I can't believe I'm saying this, they're inconsistent, but they're beating teams they should beat now after that Georgia loss. I just think Auburn is really struggling on the road right now. And I think Mississippi State, the way they play in Starkville, I think that's a difficult game. There's a reason it's 3.5. LSU's got a shot. LSU's been horrible on the road as well. So I don't see LSU winning that game. I think it's Mississippi State.
It's definitely Auburn. With Mississippi State, I agree. I'm covering the Alabama A on my head.
7-1 versus SEC teams, but my goodness, you've lost 3 straight. You're one of the better teams in the country. You're not going to lose 4 straight.
Should wake you up. Wimp, we had on earlier. He is the expert. He said that Auburn will be more than prepared for this game. They're playing for something. They're playing for a conference championship. I think they're going to be ready, but I think Mississippi State is going to be ready as well, man. I think they play well. They play with pride tonight, and I think it comes down to the number. I think Auburn wins this game, but most likely upset of the 3 is Auburn losing.
All right, that's our 3 and out today. A rare appearance by John Lunsford here. People are asking, how come Scott Forrester never comes out? Well, Scott doesn't like being on camera. We offer it to him occasionally. So whenever Scott wants to start playing reindeer games, he can come in front of the camera.
Isn't that ironic? The guy that was always behind the camera is not comfortable being in front of the camera.
There's a reason why. We'll get Scott out here.
Why is that reason? I don't want to hear that.
They like creating. They don't like to be part of the story.
There's like musicians that they want to be behind the scenes. I want to be the guy that builds the stage. I want to be the guy that runs the monitors. I don't want to be on stage. I don't want to be singing. I don't want to perform, but I want to be in the business. So
Yeah, I
same
mean,
thing with the
directors
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in front of the camera.
Like, I'm always one of those that I've always been behind the scenes for the most part, but because I'm behind the scenes so much, I get comfortable in front, like where I can be. I don't want to be here necessarily, but it's just you're around it enough.
Oh, I
You
hear
get
what you
comfortable.
guys say back there. Anybody could do what we do. I hear you.
Oh, anybody can do this.
Well, y'all, yeah.
Lunsford just did it.
You know, we should do a show. I don't know who would do your part, Rockstar. We should do a show one day when
Lance has got to be my part.
We'll do 1 hour of a show this summer where
Lance needs to do Forrester's part.
where
that's true.
you three do this and we'll do the behind the scenes. Maybe just one segment. We'll figure it out.
Half a segment.
Yeah. What does Lunsford even do?
Five
though?
seconds in. Hold on, I gotta go back there.
What do you do other than to kill the bots?
I sit back there and make my own clothes. And
He helps me with my computer.
helps Lance with his computer.
This is supposed to be an A, not an and.
Yeah. So Lance could not be Lunsford back there because he couldn't help himself
That's
all
true.
the time. Final segment coming up right here, and part of our show being brought to you, or that was 3 and Out, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. We appreciate them so much, and our friends at Redmont Vodka. We've got a bracket challenge that Redmont's wanting you to be a part of, and we'll tell you more about that if you listen over the next few weeks. But right now, we can tell you they are the official vodka of the World Games coming up, and LT, they're American made.
I'm trying to find. I've got these copy points somewhere because Lunsford loaded them today. Hold on one sec. I mean, look, it is great vodka. I'm looking here. I know I've got this somewhere. Oh, here it is. Nope, that's not it.
We'll just tell them about the vodka. We'll tell them about the bracketology in the next segment.
Yeah, okay. So it's great vodka. It's gluten-free. It's 8 times distilled. You can pick it up at your local package store or ABC store. And remember, I don't think you can get the Russian vodka. You don't want to support that. You want to support local. Their aim is clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont Vodka.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. If you're like me, you love being outside in the summertime, and summer seems like a long way away, but it really isn't. That's why my friends at Wayne's is ready to get your lawn in shape so you enjoy a barefoot good summer lawn. Right now, you get the first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement with the offer code TNR. Use TNR and get the first month free. Serving Alabama for almost 50 years with locations all across SEC country. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit callwaynes.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. If you missed Johnston RV Center's big Decatur and Coleman RV shows, don't worry. Johnston RV Center will continue the RV sale through Saturday, March 5th at both locations. Same great deals, huge selections to choose from, and special financing available. It is your time to buy now and save. And as always, a lifetime warranty on all new RVs. In Coleman, off I-65, exit 304, and in Decatur, just off exit 334. For more information, visit johnstonrvcenter.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
All right, back with you. We got a couple of brackets we're going to play in a couple of weeks, right? One we're doing here, and we'll tell you about the prizes and how you'll do it. It'll be stuff you can actually win. It's not like this $1 million dream thing where I think it's a better chance to be struck by lightning 10 times than win it.
I'm working on something today that can be really cool for our bracket, too.
So we're working on that. We're going to have our bracket challenge as always. And then our friends at Redmont have a cool bracket we want you to be a part of as well.
Yeah, that time of year again, come party with Redmont Vodka for March Madness this year. The next round, we're partnering with Redmont Vodka to bring you our biggest March Madness ever. How do you enter? Well, first, register at redmontvodka.com/final pour. Second, on March 13th, the link to Charles Barkley's Final Pour will be emailed to you. Third, submit your picks before the first game. Fourth, you share that you've submitted on your social media. Make sure and tag at Redmont Vodka in the next round. This is brought to you by Redmont Vodka. Live legendary responsibly, and the next round.
All right, Mortgage Right bringing us our final rush to the finish line here today. We'll tell you about Mortgage Right in a second. First, Nate Oates tonight on Alabama playing Texas A&M and the challenge for the Tide to win this evening.
To be sharp on offense, our guards are going to have to be tough with the ball. You know, if we take care of the ball, I think we can get good shots. And then defensive end, our offense is either going to hurt or help our defense. If our offense can take care of the ball and our defense is set, you know, I think we'll be all right. If we're giving them live ball turnovers and feeding their transition game, it's going to really hurt our defense. So, you know, it's going to all start with taking care of the ball on offense, and then we're going to have to be tough and physical. They're a tough physical team that plays really hard.
All right. Before I tell you the last two NFL notes out for you, our friends at Mortgage Right can get you a mortgage with these changing interest rates. You need to lock in now or refinance now.
Hey, if you're new to the housing market, you might be wondering when the best time is to buy a home. We'll wonder no longer, because with our friends at Mortgage Right, every day is the right day to purchase a new home. With locations nationwide, Mortgage Right, the perfect matchmaker to connect you with the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's team of skilled professionals, they've got the knowledge to move you on with confidence. Make your day better. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Drake London just interviews. His ankle's still bothering him. He's not going to work out. LT loves him. The thing I want you to comment on, Denver.
Can't miss, by the way.
Denver says yesterday, George Patton, their GM, everything is on the table to get a quarterback, including trading multiple first-round picks. You agree with doing that or not agree with doing that?
Well, you tell me who the quarterback is, and I'll tell you.
Well, I mean, if it's for Aaron Rodgers, are you okay giving up multiple first-round picks?
Look, I love Matt Stafford, but Aaron Rodgers is a better quarterback, and Matt Stafford in the right situation just won a Super Bowl, and you gave up multiple picks. So, yes, if you can do it and get Aaron Rodgers, do it.
Multiple first-round picks for Russell Wilson.
No, a first-round pick.
One first-round pick, okay. I don't know if there's anybody else out there that you can get with first-round picks that you would want.
I mean, Deshaun Watson, if you could clear him, if they were like, okay, slate's clear, he probably would be worth multiple picks.
Multiple first-round picks?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the Bucs may get him virtually for free.
You could.
That'd be crazy. All right, that's the show. Hope you enjoyed it today. We love bringing it to you. We're back tomorrow live at 9 a.m. Remember, a new Bama for Bourbon is at all the platforms, audio in the podcast, video on YouTube, and also on Twitter. Jimmy Buckets brought to you by Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City, it's up in the audio place and also on Twitter, and a lot more. Until next time, God bless you. God bless America.